Chapter 529. Western King's army in a mortal town at the border of Bayong country. Yifei was wearing ordinary clothes and strolling around the market with a depressed expression. There were commoners and merchants everywhere. Even the warriors who passed by were mostly in the martial Dao realm. Even the martial master realm was very rare. There is no doubt that the strength of this town and the strength of the warriors were very weak. However, the population here was very dense, and the business was also very prosperous. Therefore, even if he let Xiao Chao come out to take a breather and sit on his shoulder to eat candied haws, Yifei didn't have to worry that someone would discover that Xiao Chao was different. However, the rumbling sound of horse hooves quickly broke the leisurely mood of the two of them. The galloping horses were very fast. Judging from the sound, it was very likely that there were thousands of soldiers and horses passing by. There was no warning before entering the town. To Yifei's surprise, the people of the town were already used to it. Seeing that Yifei was still letting Xiao Chao ride on his neck and eat candied haws, a kind-hearted old man hurriedly stopped Yifei and retreated to both sides of the street. "Young man, don't be rash. The soldiers of the Western King's mansion are coming over. Be careful not to offend them." "Old man, are the soldiers of the Western King's mansion very domineering?" Yifei asked curiously. He had seen the Western King before. He was a typical black-hearted and ruthless person. His troops would definitely not fare any better. When the old master heard Yifei's words, his face was full of displeasure. He said, "Young man, we don't like what you're saying. The soldiers of the Western King's mansion are all good men. Without them fighting bloody battles on the front lines, how can we have a stable life now? Go, the old and decrepit doesn't want to talk to you anymore." The old man was so angry that he no longer spoke to Yifei. Like the rest of the town, he raised his head and looked forward. Yifei felt that it was even more strange. Fighting bloody battles? Could it be that there was a war on the Western King's side? The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. The valiant soldiers and horses, with a fierce murderous aura, quickly galloped through the empty street. No one made a sound. The thousands of war horses were so orderly that they seemed to have become one. Yifei was also a little shocked. Sword King Mansion had also trained some troops in the past 6 months. However, compared to the soldiers of the West Prince's residence, the difference was like heaven and earth. When the army passed by, a white-haired old general stood at the side and cupped his fist to the people around him. "Fellow villagers, the army is passing by. Please forgive us for disturbing you." "What are you talking about, General Wang?" "If it weren't for the soldiers of the West King residence fighting against the vicious beasts all day long, our small town would have been destroyed by the beast tide. We wouldn't have such peaceful days," the people around said. There were also many young martial warriors. They excitedly gathered around and said, "General Wang, the once-in-a-decade beast tide is coming again. Is the West King army still lacking people? Can we join the West King army?" General Wang shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. If you want to join the West King army, you have to be at least a martial grandmaster. Even the soldiers had to be at the martial master realm. Everyone do your best." After saying that, General Wang also left on his horse. Before he left, he inadvertently glanced at Yifei. Yifei also returned a smile. He could see that although the West King army was evil and ruthless, the West King army under his control was deeply loved by the people. It could also be seen that the West King army was not too bad. It was worth making friends with him. Yifei rubbed Xiao Chao's ponytail on his shoulder. Suddenly, he rose into the air and rushed into the distant sky. "Xiao Chao, hurry up and finish your meal. Then we'll go to the West King's city." After flying for about a day, Li Yundong finally came to a stop. Yifei had already seen the outline of the West King city. Unlike the other Heavenly King cities, the West King city was more like a heavily guarded military camp. There were soldiers and horses training everywhere. The entire city gave people a kind of awe-inspiring and solemn atmosphere. Entering the city, in addition to the walking soldiers and horses, there were also many martial warriors from all over the country. The martial Grandmaster realm, martial Venerable realm, and martial King realm were not rare. The residents of the city were very welcoming to these martial warriors because these martial warriors were the forces that protected the West King City. Soldiers, you must protect the Heavenly King City this time. I heard that the beast tide this time will be a terrible disaster that happens once in 100 years. Yes, if the West King City is broken, the beast tide that is no longer suppressed will definitely sweep through all the cities and towns behind. Our families and millions of people may die. The martial warriors who had rushed over also chatted and encouraged each other. It could be seen that everyone's fighting spirit was still very high. But in this kind of high spirit, a sad bugle horn suddenly sounded. Hearing this bugle horn, the people who were talking enthusiastically just now suddenly fell silent. The high morale gradually became low. Hundreds of soldiers of the West King Army silently carried a stretcher into the city. On the stretcher lay the body of an old man. It's old General Wang. Someone who recognized the old man suddenly burst into tears. Damn the Northern Plains country. Even old General Wang was killed by them. Many martial warriors could not help but roar in anger. It could be seen that old General Wang had a high prestige in the West King City. His death in battle resonated with many people. Yifei also looked at the old man on the stretcher with some shock. He had just met this person yesterday, but today he had died on the battlefield. Most importantly, old General Wang was not killed by the vicious beasts. There was a terrible palm print on his chest. The palm print had extinguished all his vitality. What's going on? Isn't this place resisting the beast tide? How can a martial king expert be killed? Yifei was very puzzled. When the martial warrior standing next to him heard this, he put away his sorrow and said, "Brother, you must be new. You don't know that the beast tide is not our main enemy here in the West King City. The real enemy is the vicious wolf cavalry of the Northern Plains. If it weren't for their interference every time, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses every time we resisted the beast tide. Yes, I heard that the Northern Plains country was even more ruthless this time. They actually took advantage of the time when we were resisting the beast tide to send their heaven's prides to challenge the martial kings and generals of the West King City. It's just that I didn't expect that even the experienced old General Wang would be killed. Old General Wang's death affected far more than just these martial warriors. It also greatly affected the morale of the people of the West King City. Morale seemed illusory, but on the battlefield, the strength of morale could often determine the outcome of a battle. For example, an army with high morale could often exert double or even several times their physical potential and kill the enemy with blood-soaked words. If morale was low, many times even the elite soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles would be able to exert less than 50% of their strength. Especially now, when a large number of vicious beasts attack the city once every 10 years. Once the morale of the West King Army was affected, the losses in the face of the vicious beast attack could be imagined. Chapter 530. Taking advantage of a burning house. It seems that I have to make a trip to the West Heaven Palace. Yifei sighed. After all, he was now the North Sea Sword King personally conferred by the king of Beiyang Kingdom. Since he had encountered such a thing, he couldn't pretend not to know and just walk away. So Yifei came to the West Heaven Palace, intending to meet the West Heaven King. Stop. The West Heaven Palace is an important place. Who are you? Please tell me your name, and let me inform the West Heaven Palace. The guard of the West Heaven Palace was a 10th level martial venerable. Even in the face of a martial king like Yifei, this person's attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. This made Yifei think highly of the West Heaven King. This West Heaven King was ruthless, but he really had a way to manage the army. Perhaps this was also the reason why the West Heaven King guarded the border. Please inform the West Heaven King that the North Sea Sword King wants to see the West Heaven King. Yifei nodded to the general. The man was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. What? The North Sea Sword King? The #1 master on the Earth list in Beiyang Kingdom. Great, our West King army is saved. Sword King, please wait a moment. I will immediately go in and inform the West Heaven King. The general rushed into the West Heaven Palace excitedly. Yi Fei was a little confused. What did my coming have to do with the West King army? I just needed to pass through here to go abroad. West Heaven Palace, White Tiger Hall. The West Heaven King's face was gloomy. He was discussing with his generals how to deal with the Beast Tide and the Wolf Cavalry of Beiyuan Kingdom. When he heard that Yi Fei had come to the West Heaven King, the West Heaven King was stunned. North Sea Sword King, the Heaven-Forsaken Land will open in 2.5 years. That kid is not cultivating in Beihai Sea, but running around. Dissatisfaction was one thing. After all, Yi Fei's current status was equal to that of the West Heaven King. The West Heaven King still came out as fast as he could. He smiled from afar and said, "North Sea Sword King, it's an honor for you to come to my West Heaven Palace. Heavenly King is too courteous. You can just call me Yi Fei. In front of Senior, I am not a Sword King." Yi Fei's attitude was very humble. After having a conversation with Not Shy, Yi Fei had thoroughly recognized his own strength, and his attitude became more humble. The West Heaven King was stunned when he heard this, but he was still very happy when he saw Yi Fei's attitude. Therefore, he also found Yi Fei pleasing to the eye. He immediately invited Yi Fei into White Tiger Hall and sat down. The West Sky King asked curiously, "Yi Fei, you came to the West Sky King City at this time. Did His Majesty send you here to help resist the Beast Tide?" Yi Fei shook his head and said, "His Majesty didn't send me here. I want to leave Beiyang and head to other places in the northern region to train. I just happen to need to pass by here." "I see." The West Heaven King was a little disappointed, but he didn't say much. Instead, he warmly invited him. "I don't object to you wanting to train. However, there are vicious beasts everywhere outside at this time. Why don't you stay in my West King mansion for a while? It won't be too late to go out after the beast tide subsides." "I'm afraid there are more than just vicious beasts outside the West Sky King City," Yi Fei suddenly said. The West Heaven King was dumbfounded. "How much do you know?" The smile on the West Heaven King's face was no longer there. "When I came here, I met a very popular general surnamed Wang. He died in battle today," Yi Fei said with some regret. "What? Old Wang is dead? Why didn't you report such a big thing? Didn't I say to ignore Duan Lang's provocation?" The West Heaven King's face was completely gloomy. He stood up angrily and stared at the group of frightened generals in White Tiger Hall. These generals were all Martial King experts, but at this time, they were collectively silent. No one spoke. Yi Fei also looked at the West Heaven King curiously and asked, "What's going on?" "Well, since you know, there's no harm in telling you. You also know that my West Sky King City is located in a dangerous border area. Not only does a terrifying beast tide break out here every 10 years, but it also borders Beiyuan State. And Beiyuan and Beiyang are sworn enemies." The West Heaven King's face showed bitterness. Beiyuan State is ambitious. They have always wanted to occupy the West Sky King City and monopolize the vicious beasts outside the city. Therefore, every time before the beast tide breaks out, the Golden Tribe King of Beiyuan State will send troops and wait for an opportunity to find a flaw in our West Sky King City. But this time, Beiyuan State has gone too far. They actually sent Duan Lang, the second-ranked genius in the country, to challenge our Martial King experts. They also forced us to say that if we don't accept the challenge, their army will come to the city and join forces with this beast tide to attack our West Sky King City at the same time. Another one-armed old general stood up and said angrily. Obviously, the West King Army's oppression of Beiyuan State was unbearable. At the mention of Beiyuan State, many generals were so angry that their eyes turned red. Yi Fei was also secretly shocked. Beiyuan State's move was no different from looting a burning house. They knew that the West King Army was busy dealing with a vicious beast attack and did not dare to go to war with Beiyuan State. They actually came up with such a vicious idea to use their genius to challenge the Martial King experts of the West King Army. "Does His Majesty know about this? Didn't you ask His Majesty for Martial King support?" Yi Fei asked. "Where did the reinforcements come from?" "Our Beiyang is the weakest among the 4 nations of the northern region. Not a single genius in our nation is a match for Duan Lang. To be honest, When Duan Lang issued the challenge, His Majesty had already sent a total of 20 10th level martial kings to support him. But in the end, at this point, the West Heaven King's face was gloomy and he could not continue. But even if the West Heaven King did not say it, Yi Fei knew the result. From the death of old General Wang, he knew that the other 20 10th level martial kings had probably all been killed by Duan Lang. Doesn't the West King army have any way to restrain Duan Lang? Yi Fei continued to ask. Of course there is. If I were to take action, I would definitely be able to kill Duan Lang. But the key is that Duan Lang has an old rival, the Golden Tribe King, by his side. My strength is on par with the Golden Tribe King. If I were to take action, the Golden Tribe King would definitely take action. If the Golden Tribe King were to take action, it would be a war between the two countries. If there were any other time, I would not be afraid. The key is that the 10-year beast tide is about to begin. The West Heaven King's side. The generals present were all aggrieved. Yi Fei could understand their feelings. After all, the existence of the Western Heavenly King City was not only to protect the Northern Ocean Kingdom, but also to protect the millions of people behind it. The Northern Ocean Kingdom clearly knew this, yet they still took advantage of the situation to loot the Western Heavenly King City, regardless of the lives of millions of people. Yi Fei could not bear it any longer. West Heaven King, why don't you let me take action and deal with Duan Lang? Yi Fei's face flashed with determination. He thought of the human sage who taught him the Emperor Realm Empty Fist. He was determined to kill the great emperor of the beast tribe at the cost of his own life to protect his people. Yi Fei was not as great as the human sage, but as a human and a martial artist, he could not bear to see millions of people being destroyed by the beast tide. So Yi Fei decided to take action. Hearing Yi Fei's words, the generals present were all refreshed. If the North Sea Sword King takes action, he might really be able to deal with Duan Lang. In this way, we can be free to deal with the next beast tide. Chapter 531. The Great War is about to begin. Men, invite the North Sea Sword King to rest in the guest room. This king will apologize later. The Western Heaven King's words were very rude, and he directly drove Yi Fei out. Yi Fei was very depressed. Who did I offend? This West Heaven King is really ruthless. He doesn't even know how to be polite. Unfortunately, the army and the vicious beasts gathered outside the West Heaven City, so he couldn't go out. Yi Fei could only stay in the West Heaven Mansion under the invitation or surveillance of the West Heaven King's sons. Yi Fei knew that the West Heaven King would never allow him to go abroad for experience unless he was sure that it was safe outside the city. Although he knew that the West Heaven King was being kind, Yi Fei was still speechless. The West Heaven King obviously looked down on him and thought that he was no match for Duan Lang. In the White Tiger Hall, many generals were also surprised by the West Heaven King's decision. The one-armed old general said in a booming voice, "Your Highness, what do you mean? The North Sea Sword King is the #1 young master of our Beiyang Kingdom. Why do you refuse him to fight?" "Humph, what do you know?" "Yes, Yi Fei is strong, but don't forget that he is only in the 8th realm of the Martial King realm. Duan Lang is in the 10th realm of the Martial King realm. If Yi Fei wins, the Golden Palace King may kill him. If he loses, he will die. Remember, our West Heaven King army, including all my sons, can die in battle except for Yi Fei. He is the king and the hope of our entire Beiyang Kingdom." The West Heaven King stood up from his throne. His eyes flashed with determination and a gloomy ferocity. "Golden Tribe King, you better not force me. If worst comes to worst, I'll die with you." In the West Heaven City, many people were still immersed in the grief of General Wang's death. Outside the city, the Beiyuan Kingdom's military camp was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless generals of the Northern Yuan Kingdom raised their wine cups, revealing charming smiles as they did their best to curry favor with the black-clothed youth who was sitting at the front. This young man was Duan Lang. He was the most outstanding descendant of the Duan family of Beiyuan State. Although he wasn't as outstanding as Beiyuan State's crown Prince Songyu, he could still contend against Lin Tianjiao. However, with Duan Lang's strength, he was definitely the number one person below Song Yu in the Northern Yuan Kingdom. This time, under Song Yu's deliberate concession, Duan Lang had successfully obtained first place on the Northern Yuan Kingdom's Earth Roll. It could be said that he was flushed with success. Duan Lang was famous at a young age, but he was not arrogant at all. Instead, he was humble and polite. Even though Duan Lang did it deliberately to get closer to the Golden Tribe King's subordinates, the Golden Tribe King was still very satisfied with this young man. Duan Lang, you have proven your strength in my army. You are indeed worthy of being the second genius of Beiyuan State. How about this? My daughter is of marriageable age. The Golden Tribe King said drunkenly. The golden tent instantly fell silent. Countless young generals stared at Duan Lang with envious eyes. Duan Lang's originally calm face couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. He didn't know why he wanted to serve under the Golden Tribe King. The Golden Tribe King had a daughter who was as beautiful as a flower and had extraordinary charm. If he could win the Golden Tribe King's favor and take the opportunity to propose marriage, that beauty would be his. He didn't expect that the Golden Tribe King would take the initiative to propose marriage before he even asked. Duan Lang's heart was bubbling, but he still maintained a humble expression on his face. Suppressing his joy, he turned around and knelt down before the Golden Tribe King, saying, "Your son-in-law will do as you say." The Golden Tribe King didn't expect Duan Lang to accept the marriage so eagerly. But thinking of his daughter's beauty, the Golden Tribe King was very proud. He laughed and helped Duan Lang up personally, saying, "Duan Lang, don't worry. I'm naturally willing to accept you as my son-in-law, but the key is my daughter. You have to win her favor." "Then what should I do to win the princess's favor?" Duan Lang held back his joy and continued to ask. "It's very simple. We grassland men value military achievements. Tomorrow, I will send an ultimatum to the West Heaven King. Then, you can continue to challenge his 10th level experts. The more you kill, the better. As long as you can completely destroy the morale of the West King army, I will marry my daughter to you." A glint flashed across the Golden Tribe King's eyes. Duan Lang certainly knew that the Golden Tribe King was using him, but he didn't refuse. Instead, he said proudly with disdain, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. The Beiyang Kingdom is just a bunch of weaklings. As long as I, Duan Lang, take action, I will kill every 10th level martial king that comes. Young Master Duan, you have to be careful. You have already killed more than 20 10th level martial kings in the Beiyang Kingdom, especially the old General Wang who died yesterday. His son, daughter, and son-in-law all died in the battle against the Beast Tide. He was very prestigious. If you kill him, the West King army must be very angry." An old general reminded him. "Humph, he is just an old man. So what if he is dead? No matter how angry the West King army is, they can't find an opponent who can match me." Duan Lang didn't like to hear such words. The Golden Tribe King suddenly thought of something and said with a serious look, "Speaking of the Beiyang Kingdom, I remember. It is said that the first place on the Earth list in the Beiyang Kingdom was taken away by a guy from the North Sea. He was even given the title of Sword King of the North Sea by the king of the Beiyang Kingdom." Sword King of the North Sea? Duan Lang suddenly felt uncomfortable. Why? He was first on the Earth list in the Beiyuan Kingdom, but he wasn't given the title of king. How could a guy from a small place like the North Sea be given the title of king? Duan Lang's voice suddenly became cold. He said in a low voice, "Sword King of the North Sea? What a joke. If he were here, I, Duan Lang, could crush him to death with a single hand." "Good. General Duan is indeed mighty. You are worthy of being my son-in-law." The Golden Tribe King was very happy. Seeing Duan Lang so confident, he ordered his men to send out the letter of challenge that he had prepared long ago. After killing more than 20 10th level martial kings of the West King army, the morale of the West King army must have hit rock bottom. It is time to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the old rival, the West King army. The Golden Tribe King drank as his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The generals around him, including Duan Lang, all had ferocious green eyes, like a pack of wolves. "Report," the Golden Tribe King sent a letter of challenge. He said that the West King army must fight tomorrow. Otherwise, they will break our mountain defense line. In the West King mansion, the spies brought an urgent report, which angered the West King and all the generals. Dealing with the beast tide was not only a big deal for the entire human tribe. For this reason, the Northern Ocean monarch had sent millions of soldiers to form 2 lines of defense. 300,000 of them were distributed in various cities as guards, while the remaining 500,000 were concentrated in the Western Heavenly King city as the main force to resist the ferocious beasts. The remaining 200,000 were stationed at the edge of the mountain range closest to the vicious beasts. They built various forts and walls and fought day and night. The 4 heavenly kings had sons, daughters, and nephews who had died in such places. Most importantly, this line of defense was set up to deal with the vicious beasts. It did not affect the outside, but not the inside. Chapter 532. Facing death with equanimity. The Golden Palace King is so cruel. West Heaven King, we can't bear it anymore. Let's fight them. Yes, let's fight. We'd rather die in battle than be humiliated. Please allow us to fight, Heavenly King. In the face of the agitated generals, the West Heaven King smiled bitterly. He knew that he could no longer suppress them. Not to mention the generals. Even he himself was furious. Golden Palace King, you forced me to do this. Tomorrow, I will fight you to the death. But before that, I must protect Yifei. As the West Heaven King spoke, he soon came to the courtyard where Yifei lived. He made a series of seals with his fingers, and a huge formation had trapped Yifei in it. Yifei, don't blame me. You are the hope of the monarch. Even if we all die in battle, you must not die. After the West Heaven King finished speaking, he turned and left without looking back. Behind him were all his sons and daughters. But except for providing protection for Yifei, the West Heaven King did not provide any protection for his children. Their lives were the same as the soldiers. In the room, Yifei felt the powerful formation that enveloped the whole courtyard. He slowly opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. Although the West Heaven King's action was superfluous, I still owe him a favor. Originally, Yifei was afraid of the West Heaven King's ruthlessness. But after coming into contact with the West Heaven King, he knew that it was the West Heaven King's ruthlessness that protected the border of Beyond Kingdom and the lives of 3 million people behind the West Heaven City. At this time, the West Heaven King did not even care about his own sons and daughters. He only wanted to protect Yifei. This friendship, how could Yifei ignore it? Well, since the West Heaven King is not optimistic about me and thinks that I can't defeat Duan Lang, then it's useless for me to say more now. I'd better sneak into the army and act according to the circumstances. As for the formation that the West Heaven King used to trap him, Yifei smiled. Not long after the West Heaven King left the West Heaven City with his army, Yifei did not have to hide and took out the Phoenix Blood Sword on the spot. Reporting to your majesty, the Western Sky King's army has left the city. They are currently 3,000 miles away from our camp. The spy from Beiyuan Kingdom immediately reported the situation of the Western Sky King's army. The generals of Beiyuan country hurriedly asked, "How many troops?" Estimated at 300,000. The spy insisted. Hearing that the West Heaven King only brought 300,000 troops, the Golden Tribe King and the others all laughed wildly. Ha ha! It seems that the beast tide this time has put a lot of pressure on Beiyang. The Western Sky King, who has always been ruthless, actually dared to come and fight with only 300,000 troops. What are you waiting for? My evil wolf cavalry has a total of 500,000. Sieging cities might not be our forte, but when it comes to direct combat, pass down my order. Let's move out and kill the West King army. Rumble. The horse hooves were like thunder, causing the ground to shake intensely. The 500,000 evil wolf cavalry were like a huge black cloud, charging over from the end of the grassland like a tide. Draw the bow and knock the arrow. Bring up the fire god cannons too. Although he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, the Western Sky King was still calm. Under the influence of the commander, the The 300,000 soldiers of the West King army lined up orderly, forming a square formation in the wilderness. Boom! The horse hooves on the opposite side also stopped moving at the same time under the command of the Golden Tribe King. They were as fast as the wind and as motionless as mountains. This was the evil wolf cavalry of Bayuan country. The two armies faced each other from a distance of 10,000 meters in the wilderness. Shocking momentum erupted from both sides' military formations. The Golden Tribe King and the Western Sky King looked at each other from a distance. A cold light burst out from their eyes. But the first one to come out was not the West Heavenly King, nor the Golden Tribe King, but a young man in black robes. Duan Lang. Many generals around the Western Sky King were in an uproar. They were all too familiar with this figure. It was him. In half a year, he had killed more than 20 10th-level Marshal Kings of the West King Army. This had greatly damaged the morale of the West King Army. He had also caused great casualties among the human martial artists who were resisting the vicious beasts. Now that Duan Lang had appeared again, an impulsive Marshal King of the West King Army shouted at the top of his lungs, "Duan Lang, are you here to challenge us again?" "That's right. West King Army, who are you today? Come out and die." Duan Lang's eyes were full of contempt. He was facing 300,000 soldiers alone. He pointed his thumb at the ground without mercy. This scene was like an invisible slap to the face of the West King Army. Many of the Marshal King generals were enraged. "Duan Lang, let me challenge you." An old general roared and rushed out of the military formation. He was also a 10th-level Marshal King. In the West King Army, he was highly respected. When he saw that it was this old general who had rushed out, even the Western Sky King's face changed. "Oh no, it's Elder Zheng. Didn't I tell him not to go to the battlefield?" "Elder Zheng, back off. I'll take your place." A middle-aged 10th-level Marshal King roared and rushed out, wanting to take Elder Zheng's place. "It's too late. Since you dare to accept my challenge, you useless old man, you should be prepared to die." Duan Lang sneered and attacked. Although he knew that he was no match for a genius like Duan Lang, Elder Zheng still laughed heartily and said, "So what if I'm useless? I've guarded the border and killed 100,000 beasts. Even if I die in battle, I won't be able to face my ancestors and the people behind me. I can die, but the dignity of the West King Army will not be insulted by you. Kill." Elder Zheng gathered his genuine chi and pounced on Duan Lang like an old and violent lion. Duan Lang sneered coldly. Duan Lang's rock-like palms were like meteorites. They continuously hit Elder Zheng's body. In front of 300,000 soldiers, Elder Zheng was smashed into pieces. Elder Zheng, the middle-aged Marshal King, rushed to the battlefield. Unfortunately, he was too late. He was only carrying the broken body of the old general. "Since you dare to appear on the battlefield, you should die too." Duan Lang did not stop. Just as the middle-aged Marshal King was carrying the old general's body, Duan Lang chopped off his head like a knife. Then, Duan Lang stomped on the ground and provoked the West King Army coldly. "Do you see? This is the consequence of going against me. Who dares to come out and die? Or is it that the West King Army is born to be a group of cowards?" Duan Lang was very proud of himself. When he went out to fight, the Golden Palace King had told him to use the most ruthless means to provoke the West King Army and destroy their morale. Now, it seemed that he had done it. The beautiful daughter of the Golden Palace King would definitely belong to Duan Lang. Just as Duan Lang was feeling pleased with himself, the many Marshal Kings in the silent Western King Army suddenly shouted, "Duan Lang, don't be so arrogant. We can die in battle, but the dignity of the Western King Army will not be trampled on by someone like you. I'll fight you." "Me too. Duan Lang, I want to fight you to the death." Back then, in order to protect the women and children of the people, old General Zheng led his entire family of more than 300 people to fight the ferocious beasts for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, the entire family died, leaving only the old general. How could you do that? "Even if this old man dies today, I will avenge the old general." Chapter 533. Fighting a Genius in Fury Crazy. All the martial kings of the Western King army went crazy. Elder Zheng, why do you have to do this? The Western King's gloomy eyes were filled with tears. Others might not know, but he knew clearly that the old general was courting death. This old general is so unyielding. For the glory of the Western King army and to stimulate the low morale, he is willing to sacrifice his own life. Yi Fei was not a soldier, so he could not understand this kind of feeling. But he felt suffocated in his heart, not to mention the generals at the martial king realm. They all went crazy and wanted to die in place of the old general. This scene also shocked the generals of Beiyuan State. What's going on? So many 10th level martial kings have died. The Western King army should have suffered a great loss, and their morale should have plummeted. Why is their morale not plummeting? Instead, it's gradually increasing, a general of the Beiyuan nation said in a panic. The Golden Palace King was also shocked. He looked deeply at the martial kings of the Western King army and said coldly, "Do you think a desperate army will win? Unfortunately, you are facing me, the Golden Palace King, and the invincible genius of Beiyuan State. Duan Lang, kill them ruthlessly for this king. Kill them until they are afraid. The crueler, the better." "Ah, father-in-law, don't worry. The people in the Western King army are not useless old men. They're just a bunch of mad dogs who have lost their minds." "You mad dog. Even if you come together, so what? Go to hell, all of you." Boom! Duan Lang kicked forwards, causing a terrifying gap to appear in the air. The one-armed old general bore the brunt of Duan Lang's attack, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. He had actually been kicked to death by Duan Lang before being stomped on. The 300,000 soldiers of the Western King army saw this scene at the same time. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and many of them roared in anger. The horrible killing intent formed a hurricane, whistling above the army. A total of thousands of generals knelt down in front of the West Heaven King. They shed tears of blood and roared, "My lord, give the order. We can't let the blood of the 3 old generals and our brothers be shed in vain." The Western King also cried coldly. He looked at the 300,000 soldiers who were in great sorrow, and then at the Golden Palace King who was smirking in the distance. He suddenly sighed. "Golden Palace King, you win. You have successfully angered my soldiers, and you have also successfully angered me. Give the order." The Western King with a serious face, the Western King Realm King, raised the flag. Yi Fei's heart suddenly trembled. He knew what it meant once the command flag was raised. It would be a war of millions of soldiers. Given the number of people and the number of martial kings in the West King's army, it was possible that the entire army would be wiped out. Of course, it was not a big deal if the Western King army was destroyed. The key was the 3 million people behind. What would happen to them? Had the Western King Realm King lost his mind in grief and anger? Yi Fei could not imagine the consequences of the Western King army's destruction. He had no time to think about it. Looking at the martial kings rushing forward, he was also affected. He suddenly felt a kind of sorrow in his heart. The 3 old generals had fought against the vicious beasts for their whole lives. They had protected the people with their own blood and lives. They should not die in such a humiliating way. At least, Yi Fei would not allow it. "Let's fight. Although I can't understand this feeling, I can feel the pain and anger in my heart. This emotion can only be appeased with Duan Lang's blood." Boom! Faster than all the martial kings of the Western King army, Yi Fei tore the void apart in rage. He stepped forward and appeared in front of Duan Lang. Heavenly Devil Kill. Yi Fei's fist was filled with killing intent and a hurricane. It smashed forward, causing the void to tremble. The soldiers of the 2 armies also trembled. That was because the unrivaled genius, Duan Lang, was actually forced back by Yi Fei's punch. Although this was due to Duan Lang being distracted by the other martial kings, Yi Fei's performance still shocked countless people. Who is that? He can force Duan Lang to retreat with one punch. LV8 Martial King Realm. How is that possible? He is also a member of the Western King Army. Why hasn't he appeared before? The generals of Beiyuan State looked at Yi Fei in surprise. Many of the soldiers of the Western King Army were also stunned when they saw Yi Fei. Who is he? Bastard. Yi Fei, didn't I warn you that you are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the Western King army? Who allowed you to do this? Come back quickly. The Western King could no longer wave the flag in his hand. If he waved the flag, it would immediately lead to a bloody battle between millions of soldiers. In such a battle, even heavenly kings like them might die, not to mention Yi Fei, who is not even an LV-10 Martial King realm expert. Yi Fei, North Sea Sword King? It's the North Sea Sword King, the #1 genius of our Beiyang state. Boom! The 300,000 soldiers of the Western King army all cheered. Yi Fei had won first place on the Earth board and was conferred the title of North Sea Sword King. He was very famous in the Beiyang state. His appearance also strengthened the shaken morale of the soldiers. North Sea Sword King, come on. Avenge the 3 old generals. The red-eyed martial kings retreated when they saw Yi Fei. They knew that they could no longer interfere. Since Yi Fei appeared on the battlefield, this battle had become the strongest battle between the geniuses of the northern region. Even the Golden Tribe King stopped the restless soldiers and ordered Duan Lang, who was retreating. Duan Lang, do your best to kill the genius of the Beiyang state for me. If you do, I will consider letting you marry my daughter tomorrow. The Golden Tribe King's voice was very tempting. Hearing this temptation, the anger in Yi Fei's heart suddenly erupted like a volcano. The deaths of the 3 old generals were not worth it. They served the country and the people their whole lives. Even their relatives died in the battle with the beasts. They live a life of glory, but you actually killed them just because of power and beauty. Duan Lang, damn you, you deserve to be called a genius. In my eyes, you are worse than a beast. Shut up. Yi Fei, you are just a rural warrior from the North Sea. You are not qualified to criticize me. Duan Lang was furious. Duan Lang was greedy for power, and he was fond of beauties. However, it was enough for him to know these things. If Yi Fei were to say these things out in public, it would be a great offense to Duan Lang. North Sea, Sword King my ass. Today I, Duan Lang, will show you, a rural warrior, what a real genius of the northern region is like. Duan Lang was full of murderous intent, and his face became extremely ferocious. He moved his feet and suddenly crossed hundreds of meters. His fist appeared in front of Yi Fei. Beast, you're courting death. Yi Fei's face was filled with anger. He also threw a punch at Duan Lang mercilessly. When the 2 fists collided, Duan Lang's mouth suddenly curled into a sinister smile. Countless dazzling white lights suddenly appeared on his tightly clenched fist, like numerous silver needles standing upright. How dare you compete with me, Duan Lang? Today, I will show you, a rural warrior, how powerful I am. Explosive wolf teeth fist. Chapter 534. Beast Mark Inheritance. Just as the wolf head was about to bite down, a dazzling golden light suddenly blossomed from Yi Fei's body. It was as if Yi Fei had donned a golden armor. The heavenly demon kill was pushed to the limit. A ball of dense demonic aura appeared on his fist as he smashed it forward. Boom! The wolf head's fangs were smashed into pieces. Yi Fei's fist collided with Duan Lang's fist once again, producing a crunching sound that made one's teeth ache. This is impossible. Brat, what kind of defense is that? You're actually not afraid of my exploding wolf fang's fist. Die. Heaven-rupturing kick. Duan Lang roared furiously. He was once again pushed back by Yi Fei's fist. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for Duan Lang. One had to know that he was the #2 genius of the Beiyuan country, an expert that was infinitely close to becoming an unrivaled martial king. He could not believe that Yi Fei, who was only an 8th-layer martial king, actually possessed the strength of an unrivaled martial king. His kick caused the sky to crack, as if it was missing a piece. It was filled with explosive power. This kick caused many 10th-layer martial kings to feel astonished. This was the terror of a genius. Just now, they had personally witnessed a 10th-layer martial king with one arm being kicked to death. The same scene appeared in front of Yi Fei again. Yi Fei was instantly enraged. The deaths of the 3 old generals were not worth it. Today, I'll use your head as a sacrifice to their dead souls. Heaven's sealing sword. He roared furiously and slammed his palm forward. The whistling sword chi was so dazzling that it was impossible to see the sword's trajectory. Finally, it formed a huge sword whirlpool in Yi Fei's palm and slashed forward. Duan Lang was shocked to discover that his leg did not seem to have kicked Yi Fei. Instead, it seemed to have kicked a quagmire. It became difficult for him to move a single step, and his own fighting strength was continuously being weakened. Damn it! What kind of sword technique is this? Duan Lang, am a genius. I will not allow myself to lose. Exploding Wolf Fang's fist. The heaven-rupturing kick was blocked. Duan Lang's face was ferocious. Suddenly, he punched again at the same time. A huge white wolf appeared in the sky and opened its bloody mouth again. But this time, it didn't bite Yi Fei. It opened its mouth and spat out balls of white light that exploded in all directions. The space Yi Fei was in was instantly torn apart. No matter how hard the rock was, it would be blown to dust. Oh no! The West King's army's exploding intent. His Highness Sword King's Highness Sword. His Highness King on the ground. Especially the Western Sky King. He was so nervous that his palms were sweating. If Yi Fei couldn't defeat Duan Lang and died in battle, even if he died 10,000 times, he would still be letting down the Northern Ocean King. The Golden Tribe King's expression suddenly changed. He roared, Duan Lang, what are you waiting for? Give it your all. Yi Fei is right behind you. Boom! At the same time, the void behind Duan Lang cracked. What appeared was not Yi Fei, but a dazzling sword radiance. It destroyed everything and slashed toward Duan Lang. Duan Lang roared. His body suddenly expanded. His punches and kicks were filled with an explosive aura as they smashed toward Duan Lang. Yi Fei, you are courting death. How dare you sneak attack me? Today, I will let you know that offending me will bring disaster to your life. Duan Lang was furious. He was almost injured by the sword chi. How could a genius from the northern region be defeated by a rural martial artist? Duan Lang could not forgive himself. Roar! Duan Lang's angry roar resounded in the sky. Sensing Yi Fei's strength, Duan Lang finally began to use his full strength. In front of everyone, Duan Lang's body grew taller and bigger. Steel-like fur appeared on his body, and sharp claws appeared on his hands and feet. Even his face turned into the shape of a werewolf. What a despicable Golden Tribe King. Yi Fei gritted his teeth as he walked out from the place where the space had exploded. His body was covered in golden light as he walked out. Just now, he had purposely exchanged injuries with Duan Lang. He had used the special ability of the Void Steps to send a ray of sword chi behind Duan Lang in preparation for a sneak attack. But he did not expect the Golden Tribe King to see through it and let Duan Lang successfully dodge it. Yi Fei, who walked out of the chaotic area, also saw Duan Lang's current appearance. Damn, a werewolf. Is this guy a human or a monster? Yi Fei, be careful. Duan Lang has the ancient beast mark inheritance. Once he transforms, his combat strength will be greatly improved. The West Sky King hurriedly transmitted his voice. Since the Golden Tribe King did not follow the rules, he did not need to care. What, Duan Lang, you have the ancient beast mark inheritance. Yi Fei was shocked. That's right. I, Duan Lang, have had the beast mark inheritance since I was young. I'm a true genius. Martial artists from the countryside like you are destined to only be able to look up at my glory even if you work hard for your entire life. Duan Lang, who had transformed into a werewolf, was very proud and confident. He wantonly used his strength. His fist smashed into the ground, causing it to explode. Terrifying fist-shaped craters appeared one after another. He kicked towards the sky, causing it to shatter. Huge craters appeared one after another. This was the terror of a beast mark inheritor. Every punch and kick was filled with physical strength comparable to vicious beasts. Under this power, Duan Lang's confidence and fighting spirit were raised to the limit. He looked down at Yi Fei with a look of contempt. Yi Fei, you rural martial artist. Now you know how big the gap is between you and me? After transforming into a werewolf, Duanlang's combat strength doubled. He thought that no one in the Martial King realm could be his match except for the invincible Martial Kings. At this moment, Duanlang was not in a hurry to kill Yi Fei. He decided to torture Yi Fei to death and play a game of cat and mouse. Seeing Duanlang's appearance, Yi Fei also laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain and coldness. Is the beast mark inheritance that great? Duanlang, open your dog eyes wide and watch carefully. There was no sound. Suddenly, an aura that was even more terrifying than Duanlang's appeared on Yi Fei's body. It was also more desolate and ancient. Layers of scales formed a battle armor and covered Yi Fei. The million-strong army was in an uproar. Ancient Beast Mark. The Northern Sea Sword Monarch also has an ancient beast mark. What beast mark is that? Why does it look more noble and magnificent than Duanlang's? The soldiers of both armies were shocked. On the other hand, Duanlang was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. He originally wanted to show off in front of Yi Fei and humiliate Yi Fei. In the end, Yi Fei did not humiliate him. Instead, he was the one who suffered a heavy blow. Others might not be able to sense it, but Duanlang, who also had a beast mark, could clearly sense the terrifying beast mark's aura coming from Yi Fei's body. It was obvious that Yi Fei's beast mark inheritance was definitely of a higher level than his werewolf beast mark. This was something that Duanlang could not tolerate. Roar! I'm going to tear you apart. Duanlang pounced towards Yi Fei furiously. His speed was extremely fast, like a flash of white light. Before many people could react, Duanlang had already arrived in front of Yi Fei. His sharp claws dug into Yi Fei's body fiercely. You're courting death. Yi Fei did not dodge. His eyes flashed with excitement. This was the first time he had encountered a martial artist who also had a beast mark. Chapter 535. Killing a prodigy. At this moment, the battle between the two armies had become the battle between Yi Fei and Duanlang. This was also the first time the ancient beast seal had displayed its ancient and mysterious power in front of everyone. Duanlang, who had transformed into a wolf, was as fast as a gust of wind. Ordinary 10th level Martial Kings could not even see his figure. They could only see the exploding shadows of his fists in the sky, shattering the void and continuously bombarding Yi Fei's scales. However, Yi Fei did not care at all. The scales on his body were mysterious and noble. His defense was even more shocking than the battle demon golden body. No matter how Duanlang's fists smashed everywhere, Yi Fei's eyes were fixed on one place. That was the place where Duanlang was moving. Suddenly, he threw out a punch. This punch was not flashy, but the power it contained shocked Duanlang. He hurriedly distanced himself from Yi Fei in a panic. He roared angrily and waved his fists and legs, creating a pitch-black shadow of wolf fangs in an attempt to break through Yi Fei's scales. You want to break through my defense? You're still lacking. Yi Fei sneered. He stood where he was and waved his fists continuously, shattering all the flowing lights. You country bumpkin, I will tear you apart. Wolves howl at the moon. Duanlang's eyes flashed with a cruel light. The shadows of his fists suddenly split in the sky. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 1,000 werewolves raised their heads at the same time and howled at the sky. They opened their mouths and inhaled as if they were absorbing the essence of the moon. Then, they lowered their heads and exhaled. 1,000 light pillars shot forward, piercing countless holes in the void like a hornet's nest. Yi Fei did not dare to be negligent. He let out a low roar as a mass of frost energy appeared on his fist. He punched forward. Snowflakes started to fall from the sky. Taking a closer look, those snowflakes were the shadows of Yi Fei's fists. They were swift and fierce, smashing all the light beams that came close to him. However, there were still many beams of light that struck Yi Fei's body. However, Yi Fei's scales were too mysterious. When they sensed the terror of the beams of light, they automatically emitted a cold aura. This cold air was extremely terrifying, just like the cold pond where the flood dragon resided. Suddenly, the ground froze over. The terrifying cold energy of the frost flood dragon appeared on Yi Fei's body and froze the hundreds of lichens in front of him. Boom! Yi Fei punched out again. He punched forward, shattering the void. The frozen werewolves were all smashed into smithereens. Wow! Duan Lang spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. His eyes were filled with anger, embarrassment, and brutality. He was a prodigy, yet he couldn't defeat a country bumpkin. How humiliating was that? Die! Suddenly, Duan Lang rushed to the ground and broke the mountain with his bare hands. Then he grabbed the mountain that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms and smashed it in front of him. He wanted nothing more than to smash Yi Fei into meat paste. However, the mountain was only halfway through when a terrifying force suddenly blocked it. Yi Fei pushed forward with both hands. Boom! Crack! The mountain that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms shattered. A figure rushed out from the countless shattered rocks at an extremely fast speed. This made Duan Lang's face turn ashen. Clearly, he wasn't a match for Yi Fei in terms of the beast mark inheritance. The only thing that made Duan Lang confident was the speed of the lichen. Incomplete heaven and incomplete earth. Duan Lang turned into a gust of wind and distanced himself from Yi Fei once again. Seeing that the beast mark inheritance wasn't a match for Yi Fei, Duan Lang finally panicked and was forced to use his strongest killing move. In an instant, he punched with his left hand and kicked with his right leg. His posture was extremely strange, but his strength was terrifying and explosive. With a boom, the world in front of Duan Lang seemed to have turned upside down. An extremely chaotic void storm appeared. Even the scales on his body couldn't withstand the endless tearing force. Yi Fei only felt pain on his body. The scales on his body had already started to shatter, tearing out streaks of blood. He was instantly shocked. You are indeed an elite. You can actually use martial arts while activating the beast mark. I wonder if I can do the same. Feeling the increasingly terrifying void storm around him, Yi Fei suddenly had an idea. He suddenly condensed a sword finger and pointed it in front of him. Sky Destroyer sword, sky burying style. Boom! The resplendent sword light lit up the world. Even the void storm seemed to have frozen at this moment, becoming motionless. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Fei took a step forward and suddenly used the Great Void Steps. With a step, he left the area of destruction and appeared 10 steps away from Duan Lang. This is impossible. Duan Lang was almost scared out of his wits. Using martial arts while activating the beast mark was Duan Lang's trademark. It was unique. However, his uniqueness had been easily broken by Yi Fei. For a moment, Duan Lang looked at Yi Fei with eyes full of jealousy and fear. Yi Fei, just you wait. I, Duan Lang, will never let you off. Duan Lang looked at Yi Fei with hatred. Suddenly, he turned around and fled. His face was full of humiliation and rage. He was the elite of the North region. How could he be defeated by a rural warrior from the North Sea? Duan Lang could already imagine how he would become a laughingstock when the news spread. However, Duan Lang still turned around and fled without hesitation. He was extremely decisive. Compared to being ridiculed, it was better than being completely defeated by Yi Fei. Duan Lang's actions caused an uproar among the soldiers of both armies. Duan Lang was defeated. He was defeated by the sword monarch of the North Sea. The soldiers of the Baiyuan nation could not believe that Duan Lang would choose to flee on the battlefield. Long live the sword monarch. Baiyang nation will win. The soldiers of the West King army cheered wildly. Their morale was greatly boosted. Yi Fei did not care about the cheers. He just stared coldly at Duan Lang's figure and said angrily, "Where do you think you are going? I said that only your blood can pay tribute to the souls of the 3 old generals." Yi Fei tore through the void with his bare hands. Once again, he was 10 steps away from Duan Lang. Feeling the strong killing intent behind him, Duan Lang was extremely terrified. He secretly regretted that he had fought with Yi Fei. He had lost all face as an elite. Duan Lang did not dare to turn around and fight with Yi Fei. He only looked at the Golden Tribe King, who was not far away. "Father-in-law, save me. Junior, you are courting death." The Golden Tribe King was furious. Duan Lang was the second elite of the Baiyuan nation. How could he be killed by a warrior from an enemy nation? Devourer of the evil moon. A scimitar appeared in the Golden Tribe King's hand. The rolling saber chi formed a crescent moon and slashed forward. It miraculously bypassed Duan Lang and targeted Yi Fei. Obviously, after seeing how powerful Yi Fei was, the Golden Tribe King not only wanted to save Duan Lang, but he also wanted to take the opportunity to kill Yi Fei. Golden Tribe King, how dare you? Yi Fei, come back. Seeing this, the West Sky King was anxious. He rushed over as fast as he could. The Golden Tribe King is indeed despicable, but I will take Duan Lang's life today. Yi Fei's eyes turned cold. He thought of the 3 dead old generals and the more than 20 martial king experts of the Baiyang nation who had been killed by Duan Lang. If he did not kill Duan Lang, how could these dead souls rest in peace? Suddenly, Yi Fei gritted his teeth and shouted with a crazed expression, 3 old generals, you can rest in peace. I will take Duan Lang's life. Chapter 536. Wild Beast Tide. It was an ordinary punch, but in the eyes of the Golden Tribe King and the Western Sky King, Yi Fei's punch was extremely strange and terrifying. Yi Fei's punch had directly penetrated the Golden Tribe King's saber chi and ignored Duan Lang's body protection vital energy. It mercilessly smashed into Duan Lang's body. The soldiers of the 2 armies only heard Duan Lang scream. In their eyes, the once incomparably powerful genius of the northern region had actually been smashed into pieces and died an unnatural death. Until his death, Duan Lang could not believe that Yi Fei could be so terrifying that he could kill him right under the nose of an invincible martial king. Duan Lang is dead? Our Northern Plains country's prodigy was killed so easily? Ha ha ha, it's good that he died. Long live the Sword King. Long live the Sword King. The soldiers of Baiyuan State were shocked. Duan Lang's death was a heavy blow to their morale, especially since Yi Fei had killed Duan Lang right in front of the Golden Tribe King. When the Golden Tribe King saw Duan Lang's broken body, he could not believe his eyes. What kind of fist technique was that? It could ignore my attack and kill Duan Lang instantly. However, Duan Lang, your death was worth it. You used your death to create an opportunity for me to kill this person. The Golden Tribe King suddenly raised his eyes and looked coldly at Yi Fei. He was confident that even if Yi Fei risked his life to kill Duan Lang, he would not be able to block his saber chi. In this way, even if Duan Lang died, Yi Fei would be killed by the Golden Tribe King. 1 life for 1 life. The Baiyuan State would not lose out. Yi Fei dodge. The Western Sky King shouted as he rushed over from afar. In the sky, Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He wanted to dodge, but the Killing Emperor Realm empty fist was like this. It could hit the enemy 100% of the time, but it could also make the enemy's attack hit the user 100% of the time. This was originally a suicidal move created by ancient human sages in order to resist the beast race Great Emperor. Just because Yi Fei couldn't dodge, it didn't mean that he would just sit there and wait for his death. Don't forget that he still had the Forbidden Armor, which could block any attack below Wu Jun's level. As long as he took it out, he could definitely block the Golden Tribe King's attack. But just as Yi Fei decided to take it out, a sudden change occurred. A mysterious mark suddenly appeared on the dead Duan Lang's body. Then, as if attracted by something, the mark suddenly flew towards Yi Fei. It turned into a stream of light and merged with the beast mark on Yi Fei's shoulder. Duan Lang's ancient beast mark was actually absorbed by my beast mark? What's going on? Yi Fei was stunned. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Chao lying on the ground in the beast mark space, gasping for breath. He suddenly felt a pain in his heart. He understood that Xiao Chao had found danger and used some unknown method to take Duan Lang's beast mark and merge it with himself. After all, beast marks were different from martial arts. Martial arts would disappear once the warrior died, but beast marks could exist for a long time and be passed down from generation to generation. After absorbing Duan Lang's Leaken beast mark, Yi Fei immediately felt that the beast mark pattern on his body had become more complicated. Most importantly, he immediately gained a new ability. That was the Leakin's wind-like speed. At this speed, Yi Fei suddenly had a feeling that he might be able to dodge the Golden Tribe King's blade chi. So, Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously took a step to the side. Whoosh! He moved like the wind. In a flash, Yi Fei had already appeared 100 meters away from his original spot. He narrowly avoided the Golden Tribe King's blade chi. Boom! In the end, the Golden Tribe King's blade chi only shattered the space where Yi Fei was standing. It didn't even leave a scratch on Yi Fei's clothes. Puff! Seeing this result, the Golden Tribe King couldn't help but vomit blood on the spot. How could he forget that Duan Lang was dead, but his beast mark was still there? Now, not only was Duan Lang killed by Yi Fei, even Duan Lang's most powerful beast mark inheritance was inexplicably taken away by Yi Fei. The heavy loss of Beiyuan's state this time made the Golden Tribe King feel a stab of pain in his heart. The West Heaven King, who was extremely worried just now, was now ecstatic. He didn't expect Yi Fei to have such means. Not only did he kill Duan Lang, but he also took away Duan Lang's most valuable beast mark inheritance. Ha ha! Good boy, you're really something. No wonder the monarch likes you so much. Yi Fei, run away. You must leave the battlefield as soon as possible. The West Heaven King quickly grabbed Yi Fei and turned to return to the army. Where do you think you're going? This hateful junior killed Duan Lang and took my beast mark. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not a man. Pass down my order. Charge and kill Yi Fei at all costs. The Golden Tribe King was so angry that he stomped his feet. That was a precious ancient beast mark. He couldn't accept that it was taken away by the genius of the enemy state. The generals of Beiyuan state were also extremely furious. Following the Golden Tribe King's order, more than 100 10th-level martial kings, more than 10,000 martial kings, and 500,000 wolf cavalrymen roared in unison. The horses' hooves rumbled and exploded on the ground. The martial kings were like dark clouds, roaring in the sky. The generals and soldiers of Beiyuan state were so angry that they didn't even care about Duan Lang's body on the ground. The 500,000 iron hooves instantly crushed Duan Lang's body into pieces. Then they formed a terrifying wall of weapons and rushed toward the West Heaven King's army. Shoot the arrows for me, even if the whole army is annihilated. We must protect Yi Fei. Yi Fei, go quickly. Remember, run away immediately. Don't stay on the battlefield. The West Heaven King pushed Yi Fei and rushed forward. Where do you think you're going? Junior, die for me. How dare you kill the genius of our country? I'll tear you to pieces. The Golden Tribe King rushed into the West Heaven King's army formation alone. He stared at Yi Fei fiercely. The West Heaven King also quickly rushed forward and fought with the Golden Tribe King. Although the Golden Tribe King was blocked, the West Heaven King's army had a hard time resisting the ferocious martial kings of Beiyuan state. After all, Duan Lang had killed too many 10th-level martial kings of the West Heaven King's army before his death. The generals of the West Heaven King's army were confident that they could resist the martial kings below the 10th level, but they were powerless against those above the 10th level. Even so, the generals of the West Heaven King's army did not retreat. They were all risking their lives to kill the enemy. Seeing this scene, Yi Fei could not leave alone. Immediately, Yi Fei fixed his eyes on a 10th-level martial king of Beiyuan state and was about to rush over to kill him. At this moment, on a murderous battlefield, almost everyone felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a ferocious beast resounded across the battlefield, causing the entire ground to shake violently. Dark clouds covered the sky, blocking the sunlight. Upon closer look, it was an endless number of vicious beasts. There were more than 100,000 of them. On the ground, tens of thousands of beasts roared. On the broken mountain peak, a coxcomb python with wings appeared silently. Its eyes were like two burning torches. It opened its mouth and sucked. A dozen martial king generals of Beiyuan state were swallowed into its stomach. In front of the army, the ground suddenly cracked and a deep valley appeared. Upon closer look, it was a King Kong the size of a mountain. It grabbed a 100-meter-long stone pillar and smashed it down with all its might. Hundreds of soldiers who were fighting were all smashed into meat paste. Roar! Another thunderous roar exploded in the ears of the martial kings. They did not know when, but a huge lava toad was squatting at the end of the sky. It croaked, and its belly bulged like a volcano erupting. Large amounts of lava melted people and horses. The soldiers of the two armies were all shocked. Chapter 537. Luring the beasts, the beast tide was far more than that. In the surroundings of the battlefield, Yifei could see a black wave of ferocious beasts, rolling and roaring as they charged towards him. In the beast tide, Yifei saw a tiger with wings, spitting fire and killing the soldiers of the two countries on the ground. In the sky, Yifei saw a huge skeletal dragon flapping its wings and swooping down. It had already bitten several martial king realm generals to death in its mouth and was devouring them in large mouthfuls. Suddenly, a dangerous aura came from not far away, which alerted Yifei. He quickly retreated and saw that the ground had become soft like sand. Groups of iron scorpions the size of buffaloes quickly crawled out of the pits with ferocious eyes. Beast tide? How could it be a beast tide? There's still a month to go. I know that the beast tide was deliberately released by the West King army. The Golden Palace King was not a fool. Seeing that the beast tide, which was supposed to break out in a month, had broken out in advance, the West King looked calm. How could he not know that the beast tide that broke out in advance must have something to do with the West King? Hearing these words, Yifei and many of the soldiers felt their hearts tremble. "Father, why are you doing this?" The children of the West King shouted. They could not understand their father's behavior at all. However, the West King turned to look at everyone with tears in his eyes. He looked at the 300,000 soldiers and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. The scale of this beast tide is unprecedented. The 500,000 vicious wolf cavalrymen of Baiyuan State are eyeing us covetously. If we want to win, we can only perish together with them. Only in this way can we protect the 3 million people behind the West King City. Only in this way can we destroy the 500,000 vicious wolf cavalrymen and keep the peace of Baiyuan State. Pass down my order. Try your best to entangle the vicious wolf cavalrymen. We will perish together with them." The West King finally waved the flag in his hand. At this time, Yifei finally knew the real plan of the West Sky King. This Sky King was really a super ruthless person. He was not only ruthless to his enemies, but also to himself. Perhaps when the West Heaven King found that he could not resist the threat of the monster tide and Baiyuan State at the same time, he was ready to drag the Golden Tribe King into the water and perish together with him. That was why the West Heaven King led all his troops here to fight the Golden Tribe King to the death, even though he was at an absolute disadvantage. West Heaven King, you are a lunatic and treacherous man. How dare you drag our 500,000 evil wolf cavalrymen down with you? The king of the Golden Tribe was both angry and scared. He was confident that he could defeat the West King army with an absolute advantage, but he had no confidence in resisting hundreds of thousands or even millions of vicious beasts in the wilderness. Retreat. Retreat now. The Golden Palace King retreated in a panic. He did not even care about killing Yifei to avenge Duanlang. The Golden Palace King was the first to turn around and retreat. He wanted to escape from this damned place with his men. But soon, all the evil wolf cavalrymen found something that terrified them. The vicious wolves they were riding on had all become violent at this moment. At the end of the day, the ferocious wolf was also a type of ferocious beast. Even though they had been trained for thousands of years, under the influence of the frenzied beast tide, these ferocious wolves were also affected. A few of the stronger ones were still able to maintain their rationality and listen to the control of their masters. Most of the ordinary ferocious wolves suddenly went berserk and began to lose their rationality and attack their masters. The 500,000 evil wolf cavalrymen were instantly thrown into chaos. There were roars of panic and anger everywhere. On the West King Army's side, the West Heaven King had already prepared for this. There was not a single vicious beast in the army, not even an ordinary military horse. Puff! Seeing this result, and seeing the vicious beasts all over the mountain, the Golden Palace King was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood again. He pointed his trembling finger at the West Heaven King, and then at Yifei. Golden Palace King, the gift I gave you is not bad, right? You want to take advantage of my misfortune? Do you really think the West King army is a pushover? The West Heaven King stared at the Golden Palace King with a sarcastic smile. Then he anxiously shouted at Yifei, Yifei, why are you still here? If you are surrounded by the vicious beasts, you can only die here. I'm not leaving. Yifei's voice was very calm. He knew that once he left, the 300,000 soldiers of the West King army would definitely all die here. The only solution now was to take advantage of the fact that the ferocious beasts had not completely surrounded them and think of a way to lead these ferocious beasts in the direction of Baiyuan. West Heaven King, can't you find a way to lead all the vicious beasts to Baiyuan State? Yifei asked loudly. It's impossible. The West King army is weaker than Baiyuan State. To tell you the truth, before the battle, I was prepared to die together with the Golden Palace King. This tide of vicious beasts was deliberately released by the soldiers in the front line. Unless there is something special in Baiyuan State that can attract the vicious beasts, we will all suffer. As the West Heaven King spoke, he had already called many young generals and his youngest son. He ordered in a deep voice, follow the North Sea Sword King and break out of the encirclement immediately. The rest of you, follow me to fight to the death. Kill the beasts to protect the tribe. Kill the beasts to protect the tribe. Raise the prestige of our country. North Sea Sword King, let's go quickly. If we don't go now, it will be too late. The West Heaven King's youngest son rushed over and said anxiously, I won't go. Yifei sighed. He wanted to be ruthless, but he could not bear to see 300,000 soldiers of the West King army being swallowed by the tide of beasts. It is recorded in the classics of the Holy Land that the tide of beasts occurs because the vicious beasts are growing too fast. Without enough food, they will become violent. Secondly, the powerful vicious beasts will also take advantage of the violence of the low-level vicious beasts to devour the warriors and improve their cultivation. In other words, as long as he had a treasure that all the powerful vicious beasts could not resist, he would be able to lead the tide of beasts to other places. I don't care so much. In short, I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. I can't just watch 300,000 soldiers die and do nothing. Shaking his head hard, Yifei suddenly left the army. However, he was not running for his life. Instead, he quickly rushed in the direction of the tide of beasts. His action immediately attracted the attention of the soldiers of the two armies. The West King was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You stinking brat. You don't understand my words. We can all die, but you can't. What bullshit, North Sea Sword King. That brat must be out of his mind. Even if he wants to die, he doesn't have to rush in the direction of the tide of beasts. The Golden Tribe King's face was full of disdain. He guessed that Yifei must be out of his mind. It was a pity that he could not kill him and take back the Beastmark inheritance. Yifei's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many powerful vicious beasts. These were all vicious beasts in the LV-10 Martial King realm. They were the absolute leaders of the vicious beasts. When they saw Yifei rushing in alone, they felt strange. Is this human crazy? Does he want to fight against millions of vicious beasts by himself? Of course, Yifei was not crazy. When he found that he had attracted the attention of these powerful vicious beasts, Yifei suddenly gritted his teeth and took out a desperate item. Chapter 538. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Qiao, hurry up and take out the sacred Bodhi. Yifei quickly communicated with Xiao Qiao in his mind as he rushed out. In Yifei's eyes, the sacred Bodhi was a rare treasure. He planned to use it to attract the attention of the powerful vicious beasts and lead them to the Golden Tribe King. It could also help the West King army fight against the beast tide and relieve some of the pressure. But Yi Fei's plan was good. In the end, Xiao Qiao did not give him the sacred Bodhi, but an emerald green Ganoderma lucidum leaf. The root of the leaf was still stained with blood. Xiao Qiao, Yi Fei's eyes widened. He looked at Xiao Qiao in the beast mark, who was tearing up in pain. How could he not know that Xiao Qiao had plucked a green leaf from her body to help him? What was the difference between this and cutting off her own flesh? Although Xiao Qiao was a plant and could regrow the broken leaves, she was still a little girl. Yi Fei felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a needle. Roar! 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 When the vicious beasts saw the green leaf, they were all shocked and their eyes turned red. They did not know what spiritual medicine Yi Fei had taken out, but almost all the vicious beasts' eyes became hot and greedy when they smelled the scent of the green leaf. Roar! Good stuff, it must be good stuff. Roar! Roar! Get out of the way. We must be the first to swallow such a treasure. If we swallow it, we may enter the divine path. Vicious beasts also had intelligence, but they didn't know how to speak. They clearly knew that Yi Fei was trying to lure them, but as soon as Xiao Cao's green leaf appeared, the hundreds of powerful vicious beasts became completely restless. Chirp! A three-colored strange bird appeared in the sky. Its body was covered with bone spikes. It swooped down and pecked at the green leaf. But before it could succeed, it roared again. The gigantic bone dragon, which was emitting a rotten aura, rushed down at an even faster speed. As it bit the strange bird to death, it opened its mouth and tried to swallow Yi Fei. Croak! At this time, the magma toad that was squatting in the distance suddenly jumped several thousand meters. Its long tongue was like a red rope of fire, and it made the air crackle as it flicked its tongue. Then there was the sound of the earth shaking again. Yi Fei saw an 8-legged tortoise running towards him. Along the way, countless vicious beasts were trampled to death. The coiled coxcomb great python on the broken peak also gave up on devouring the ordinary martial kings. Its lantern-like eyes flickered with an ominous glint as it stared intently at Yi Fei's right hand, which was holding onto the green leaf. It's done. It's better than I thought. Xiao Cao's green leaf is so precious. Yi Fei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. After all, he was being stared at by hundreds of powerful, vicious beasts. Fortunately, he had achieved his goal. Just as the vicious beasts rushed towards him, Yi Fei roared and retreated. He rushed straight towards the Golden Tribe King. Roar! Behind Yi Fei, the vicious beasts roared. If the warrior in front of him was like an ordinary elixir, then Yi Fei with the green leaf was like a super elixir burning with fire. Wherever he went, the vicious beasts would go berserk. All the vicious beasts in the LV-10 Martial King realm rushed out of the crowd. They roared and chased after Yi Fei desperately. Even the charging beast horde was affected. The ferocious beasts that were originally running wildly all over the mountains subconsciously started to move together with these powerful, ferocious beasts. In the wilderness, many soldiers of the West King army, who were ready to die together with the vicious beasts, suddenly saw a shocking scene. Most of the horrendous beasts ignored the West King's army and chased after Yi Fei with bloodshot eyes. Puff! Seeing this, the Golden Tribe King was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. At this time, he still did not know what Yi Fei was going to do. He was the Golden Tribe King for nothing. Pass down my order. Kill without mercy. Don't let that brat rush into our battle formation. The Golden Tribe King suddenly wanted to kill himself. Why didn't he use all his strength to kill Yi Fei just now? The generals of the Beiyuan state were also cursing. This Yi Fei is too much. The beast tide doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. What does the North Sea Sword King mean? Why does he have to lead us? Kill, kill, kill. Following the Golden Tribe King's order, the generals of the Beiyuan state were all furious. They drew their bows and arrows, wishing they could turn Yi Fei into a beehive. The rain of arrows was so dense that it looked like a huge black curtain. It covered the sky and the sun, trying to kill Yi Fei from all directions. Humph, do you think you can stop me like this? Beiyuan State, don't you want to take advantage of my misfortune? Now I'll give you a big surprise. Greater Void Steps. Before the hundreds of thousands of arrows could reach him, Yifei suddenly tore open the void and hid in it. He also avoided the rain of arrows. Only the vicious beasts chasing after him were killed by the rain of arrows. This also angered the experts of the vicious beasts. They did not care if Yifei did it on purpose. They all saw with their own eyes that Yifei rushed into the group of people with the green leaf full of spiritual qi. Since this was the case, they would kill this group of people and find that delicious human brat. Roar! The first to attack was the bone dragon. It opened its huge mouth and breathed out a huge gray dragon's breath. This dragon's breath not only corroded the rain of arrows in front of it, but also corroded the hundreds of vicious wolf cavalrymen in front of it into piles of white bones. Crow! The magma toad was so angry that its belly bulged. Just a moment ago, it had almost used its tongue to entangle Yifei. In the end, countless humans suddenly appeared and attacked it. In its fury, the toad once again spewed out an even more intense pillar of fire, like a vertical eruption of a volcano. The terrifying magma burned through dozens of the vicious wolf cavalrymen's military formations. Taking advantage of this time, the eight-legged tortoise was like a raging bull. Its huge shell allowed it to ignore the rain of swords, spears, and arrows. But when its thick legs fell, dozens of vicious wolf cavalrymen would be trampled into meat paste. Just as the tortoise attacked, a mountain-sized King Kong suddenly jumped on its back. With a casual smash of the stone pillar in its hand, several martial king generals of Baiyuan State had their bones broken. Puff! The Golden Palace King did not know how many mouthfuls of blood he had vomited today, but he knew that his heart was melting with anger. Damned West Sky King! Damned North Sea Sword King! How dare you frame my evil wolf cavalry like this? There are a total of 500,000 evil wolf cavalry. Even if they are going to be destroyed, I will bury you too with them. Chapter 539. Taking the risk, kill Yifei. I must kill him. The Golden Tribe King's bloodshot eyes widened as he searched for Yifei in the chaos. At this point, the Golden Tribe King no longer expected to bring back all 500,000 vicious wolf cavalrymen. He could afford to lose the war, but Yifei must die. Treacherous thief, give me your life. Perhaps Yifei was too unlucky, or the Golden Tribe King's eyesight was too good. Not long after he charged into the vicious wolf cavalryman's formation, a terrifying killing intent locked onto him. Without looking back, Yifei knew that the Golden Tribe King, the invincible martial king, had discovered him. Yifei groaned inwardly. Being chased by tens of thousands of ferocious beasts was already a very stressful matter. If he didn't have the Greater Void Step and the forbidden battle armor, he wouldn't have the courage to lead hundreds of ferocious beasts into the enemy's army. But since he was here, Yifei did not plan to leave. Even when facing the furious Golden Tribe King, Yifei did not immediately take out the forbidden armor to save his life. After all, it could only be used once. Good things should be used wisely. Yifei would only use the forbidden armor if he had no other choice. But in the chaos of war, Yifei's gambler nature kicked in. He made up his mind and decided to gamble again. What he was betting on was that these ferocious beasts only had their eyes on the green leaf in his hand and not him. Therefore, as long as he gave the green leaf to someone else, these ferocious beasts would very likely give up on pursuing him and immediately change their target to the person who obtained the Ganoderma leaf. As for who to give the Ganoderma lucidum to, Yifei looked at the furious Golden Tribe King who wanted to stomp him to death. A strange smile flashed across his face. Golden Tribe King, wait. I have a treasure for you. Take it. Yifei did not give the Golden Tribe King a chance to react. He threw the green leaf at the Golden Tribe King. The instant Yifei released his hand, the Lingji leaf immediately emitted an astonishing wave of spiritual energy. This wave of spiritual energy instantly attracted the attention of all the vicious beasts present. Of course, this successfully attracted the Golden Tribe King's attention. The Golden Tribe King could not believe what he had just heard. Was the North Sea Sword King an idiot? He was about to die, but he still gave him a treasure. What an idiot. Haha, Junior, you think I won't kill you just because you gave me a treasure? You are too naive. The Golden Tribe King sneered and looked at Yi Fei as if he was an idiot. But he did not reject the Ganoderma lucidum that Yi Fei threw to him. The spiritual chi on the green leaf was so amazing that it surpassed any other spiritual medicine he had ever seen. What kind of spiritual medicine is this? It's 10 times denser than the best spiritual medicine I've ever seen in the Imperial Palace. Could it be a divine medicine? Thinking of this possibility, the Golden Tribe King's hand that was holding the Ganoderma lucidum was trembling. There was a legend in Baiyuan that whoever obtained the divine medicine would have the chance to enter the 12th level of the martial saint realm. At the very least, he would be able to become Wu Jun and rule over the world. It can't be wrong. This is definitely a divine medicine. As long as I can obtain it, I will have an extremely high chance of stepping onto the path of a martial sage. Ha! The Northern Sea Sword Monarch, you fool. You were actually scared to the point of offering such a treasure to me before you died. Fine, since you are tactful, I will reluctantly leave your corpse intact. Grabbing the Ganoderma lucidum as fast as he could, the Golden Tribe King stared at Yi Fei. His face was still glowing with ferocity, and he had already raised his full moon scimitar. Perhaps in the next breath, the Golden Tribe King would kill Yi Fei mercilessly. However, not only was Yi Fei not afraid, he even showed a grateful smile to the Golden Tribe King. Because when Yi Fei threw out the Ganoderma lucidum, all the vicious beasts had already opened their eyes greedily. They could not wait to swallow the Ganoderma lucidum in one bite. When they saw the Golden Tribe King holding such a treasure in his hand, the vicious beasts all became furious. Roar! No vicious beasts were interested in Yi Fei anymore. Before the Golden Tribe King could attack Yi Fei, a black shadow suddenly appeared above his head. He saw the irritable King Kong's entire body flying towards him. Its huge palm could not wait to grab the Golden Tribe King. You're courting death. Get out of my way. The Golden Tribe King was furious. After all, he was invincible martial king. He was not afraid of King Kong's movements at all. He even sent King Kong flying with one punch. But as soon as King Kong flew out, the 8-legged tortoise roared furiously and rammed towards him like a moving mountain. In the sky, the enormous bone dragon also roared angrily. The gray mist suddenly transformed into a gray dragon's sharp claw that slammed forward, turning all the wolf cavalry in its path into a pool of blood and flesh. What's going on? Why are all these vicious beasts coming at me? The Golden Tribe King was shocked. He saw the magma toad, the golden crown python, and even a scorpion king silently attacking him with their barbs. Even the invincible martial king was flustered by the vicious beasts. He was covered in cold sweat and had no time to care about a junior like Yi Fei. Outside the army, more and more powerful vicious beasts roared and charged towards the Golden Tribe King. At this moment, no matter how stupid the Golden Tribe King was, he finally realized that he, an invincible martial king, had been tricked by Yi Fei. You North Sea Sword King, you gave me this spiritual herb with ill intentions. No wonder you could attract all these vicious beasts. The Golden Tribe King was furious. If he could split himself, he swore that he would torture Yi Fei to death in the cruelest way possible. This time, he had been tricked by Yi Fei. Dozens of ferocious beasts surrounded him and attacked him. If not for the fact that the Golden Palace King was an invincible martial king, he would have been torn apart by the beasts in an instant. Even so, the Golden Tribe King was reluctant to give up the Ganoderma leaf in his hand. The crazier the vicious beasts acted, the more the Golden Tribe King realized how valuable the Ganoderma leaf was. Stop these vicious beasts with all your might. In the end, the Golden Tribe King summoned all the martial kings of the vicious wolf cavalry to fight against these crazy vicious beasts. As for the Golden Tribe King himself, when he saw the ferocious beasts all over the mountain, his eyes flashed with sadness, anger, and then cunningness and coldness. 500,000 soldiers of the vicious wolf cavalry, rest in peace. When I absorb the spiritual herb and become a titled Wu Jun, I will avenge you. Your Majesty, you. Hearing the Golden Tribe King's words, many generals of Baiyuan state had a bad feeling. But before they came back to their senses, a figure suddenly shot up to the sky. The Golden Tribe King decisively abandoned the 500,000 soldiers and fled with the Ganoderma leaf alone. I am not fleeing. I am preserving my strength. What's more, as long as I can reach the 12th level of the Martial Saint realm, it doesn't matter even if 500,000 of the vicious wolf cavalry die, let alone 500,000. The Golden Tribe King did not forget to excuse himself as he fled. Yifei also stared at the Golden Tribe King, dumbfounded. He had never seen such a shameless, invincible martial king. For a spiritual herb, not only did he flee, but he also did not care about the lives of 500,000 soldiers. No, I can't let him get the Ganoderma leaf so easily. Yifei's eyes flashed with determination. After all, the Ganoderma leaf was torn off by Xiao Chao. Such a weak little girl, in order to help him, was willing to cut off her own flesh and bones. If there was no other way, then it would be fine. But as long as there was a chance, Yifei swore that he would try his best to take back Xiao Chao's Ganoderma leaf. Chapter 540. To pull chestnuts out of the fire starring in the direction of the Golden Tribe King's escape, Yifei left the chaotic, vicious wolf cavalry and followed him secretly. Along the way, Yifei was constantly blocked by frenzied, ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts that were still rampaging in the army roared angrily when they saw the Golden Palace King running away with the Ganoderma leaves. They immediately gave up on killing the ordinary wolf riders and continued to chase after the Golden Palace King without hesitation. After all, these ferocious beasts were different from ordinary ones. Their only purpose in launching the beast tide was to take advantage of the chaos and devour as many human warriors as possible to increase their cultivation. As for the Ganoderma lucidum that the Golden Tribe King had obtained, they would not give it up easily. Roar! It was still the same King Kong. It ran fast, trampling countless vicious beasts and vicious wolf cavalry to death. It was the first to catch up with the Golden Tribe King. The 100-meter-tall stone pillar gave the King Kong a huge distance advantage. It was as if the pillars of heaven were tilting. The furious King Kong swung the stone pillar and smashed it at the Golden Tribe King. Forest after forest was destroyed by the stone pillar. Vile creatures, how dare you block my way? The Golden Tribe King was furious. He knew that if he did not intimidate the powerful leader of the vicious beasts, he would not be able to escape with the Ganoderma leaf. Without any mercy, the Golden Tribe King raised his silver moon scimitar. The sky darkened at this moment. Only a bright moon could be seen. It rose slowly, emitting a shocking blade aura. It swept forward, and there were sounds of explosions. The stone pillar in King Kong's hand was actually chopped into pieces by this saber light. It roared unwillingly and beat its chest. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in its eyes. It fiercely grabbed the bright moon in the sky with its bare hands, intending to crush it directly. Seeing this, the Golden Tribe King only sneered. He was an invincible martial king. No matter how strong the King Kong was, it was nothing in his eyes. The Golden Tribe King pushed the moon, and it started to spin. Desert full moon. Behind the moon came the Golden Tribe King's mocking laughter and the King Kong's fearful roar. The blade chi of the moon slashed mercilessly on the King Kong's body. The mountain-sized King Kong's head was chopped off. Its huge body fell to the ground, forming a mountain of corpses. Roar! But King Kong's death did not deter the vicious beasts. Following closely behind, the 8-legged tortoise rushed over. Its hard shell allowed it to ignore the Golden Tribe King's saber radiance. It smashed a mountain into pieces. How is this possible? This is an 8-legged dragon turtle. Didn't they go extinct in ancient times? Oh no! The Golden Palace King attacked King Kong with all his might, intending to intimidate the other vicious beasts. However, he had underestimated the attraction of the Ganoderma leaf to the vicious beasts. He had just killed King Kong, the bone dragon, the magma toad, the coxcomb serpent, and the eight-legged dragon tortoise. They all rushed over and surrounded the Golden Tribe King. What made the Golden Palace King even more desperate was that after the lesson of King Kong, the vicious beasts had temporarily formed an alliance. Then, the eight-legged dragon tortoise crashed into them. The coxcomb serpent also opened its mouth and spat out a poisonous cloud. The poisonous cloud was extremely terrifying. Even though Yi Fei was far away, he could smell a trace of it. He felt dizzy and weak all over. He quickly held his breath and continued to look forward. The Golden Tribe King's footsteps were also weak. He had accidentally been poisoned by the coxcomb serpent's strange poison. He became top-heavy and exposed his weakness. Boom! Taking advantage of this weakness, the eight-legged dragon tortoise crashed into him without hesitation. The ground shook and the earth cracked. The Golden Tribe King could not help but scream. Half of his body was crushed by the impact of the eight-legged dragon turtle. If he was not an invincible martial king and was an ordinary martial king, he would have been smashed to death long ago. Even so, the Golden Tribe King was unwilling to give up the Ganoderma leaf in his hand. It was his hope of becoming a martial saint. You evil creatures, since you don't want to retreat, I will kill you all today. Suddenly, a strong wave of blood chi appeared on the heavily injured Golden Tribe King. The blood chi was terrifying. It covered an area of 10 miles. The Golden Tribe King's body was burning with blood-red flames. The full moon scimitar in his hand was filled with murderous intent. It was extremely terrifying. He slashed with his scimitar, and its power was 10 times stronger than before. It directly cut a deep crack on the hard shell of the eight-legged dragon tortoise. Finally, the eight-legged dragon tortoise's eyes were filled with deep fear. It did not dare to charge forward anymore. Instead, it quickly retreated to recover from its injuries. Croak! Just as the eight-legged dragon tortoise retreated, the magma toad that had not attacked all this time suddenly jumped behind the Golden Tribe King. Its tongue was like a fire rope and easily wrapped around the Golden Tribe King's body. Roar! Seeing this, the coxcomb serpent and the bone dragon spat out 2 beams of light, one gray and one green, which pierced through the void. Fear finally appeared on the Golden Tribe King's face. He roared. His blood chi was like a dragon and a tiger. His blood essence was burning fiercely. The huge scimitar light formed a circular halo that slashed in all directions. Bright moon in the blue sea. Croak! The magma toad suddenly felt pain on its tongue. Its most powerful flaming tongue had been cut off by the Golden Tribe King. The sharp pain made the toad roll on the ground. Roar! Roar! The coxcomb serpent and the bone dragon also roared in fear. They were not invincible martial lords after all. They could not resist the Golden Tribe King who was going all out. The bone dragon's body suddenly exploded into ashes. The coxcomb serpent's body was also cut in two and fell to the ground. Ha ha, I won. The Golden Tribe King looked up to the sky and laughed. But his laughter was very sad. He had killed the 3 vicious beasts, but he had also used up all his blood essence. The powerful blood chi disappeared from his body. The Golden Tribe King now looked exhausted, and his chi was extremely chaotic. Boom! At this moment, the last 8-legged dragon turtle seized the opportunity. Its entire body shrank into its shell. Its huge body turned into a spinning millstone and crashed into the Golden Tribe King like lightning. Evil creature, how dare you? An invincible martial lord was indeed terrifying. Even though he was weak, the Golden Tribe King's scimitar still emitted a shocking light that forced the dragon turtle back. Yi Fei just noticed that the scimitar in the Golden Tribe King's hand was the embryo of a divine weapon. No wonder he dared to burn his blood essence to fight the vicious beasts. With such a weapon and the Golden Tribe King's invincible martial lord realm, he was already in an invincible position. Sigh. Yi Fei sighed. He had already given up on chasing the Golden Tribe King and taking back Xiao Chao's Ganoderma lucidum. At this moment, suddenly, a huge figure rose from the ground. Without a sound, a huge black needle had already pierced the Golden Tribe King's heart. If not for the Golden Tribe King's powerful strength that allowed him to react in time and lean to the side, this attack would have pierced through his heart. How is this possible? There are still vicious beasts hiding here. Oh no, it's the Black Scorpion King. The Golden Tribe King's expression changed. He did not even change his expression when facing the 8-legged dragon turtle. But after being pierced by the black needle, the Golden Tribe King's face was filled with fear. Yi Fei, who was about to leave, saw the Golden Tribe King's body turning black. He suddenly had an idea. The Golden Tribe King has failed miserably. He was poisoned by the vicious beasts. Perhaps this is the best chance for me to take back the Ganoderma lucidum. Looking at the poisoned Golden Tribe King, who was less than half of his original strength, Yi Fei gritted his teeth and pulled out the Phoenix Blood Sword. Chapter 541. Killing the Golden Tribe King. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The Golden Tribe King's body had turned black due to the poison, but his combat power was still shocking. He waved the embryo of the divine implement in his hand and shot out another terrifying blade radiance. This blade radiance brightened the world, as if the moon had risen high in the sky. It was full of oppressive killing intent. The Scorpion King, who had sneak attacked the Golden Palace King, did not expect that the Golden Palace King would be able to dodge his fatal attack. Even after being poisoned, the Golden Tribe King still had such terrifying combat power. Bam! The Scorpion King's 4 limbs were cut off by the Golden Tribe King's blade radiance. A huge wound appeared on its back. Instead of blood, it was black poisonous fog that came out of the wound. Seeing the poisonous fog, even the fearless 8-legged dragon turtle quickly fled the area, afraid of being contaminated by the poisonous fog. Puff! The Golden Tribe King spat out several mouthfuls of black blood after the attack. His aura became unprecedentedly weak. Luckily, I managed to keep this spiritual herb. With this Ganoderma lucidum, even if I'm poisoned by the most powerful poison in the world, I can quickly get rid of it. I might even have a chance to enter the divine path. Cough, cough. The Golden Tribe King laughed as he coughed up blood. He took out the Ganoderma lucidum and was about to bite off a bit to get rid of the poison in his body. Just then, a cold voice came from afar. Golden Tribe King, you should return the Ganoderma lucidum I asked you to keep and spare your life. Yi Fei strode over. Before the Golden Tribe King could touch the Ganoderma lucidum, a huge sword radiance had already slashed down. Brad, it's you. It's not enough for you to set me up, and now you're taking advantage of my weakness and sending yourself to death. Seeing Yi Fei, the Golden Tribe King's dark face turned red with anger. If it weren't for Yi Fei, his army of 500,000 would have been annihilated. If it weren't for Yi Fei, he wouldn't have been forced to burn his essence blood and almost died by a few vicious beasts. Haha, this idiot. Does he think that he can kill me just because I'm poisoned? How naive. The strength of us invincible martial kings surpasses your imagination. Seeing Yi Fei, the Golden Tribe King waved his scimitar angrily. He did not have much strength left, but the embryo of the divine weapon in the Golden Tribe King's hand was his trump card. Die for this king. The Golden Palace King's face was full of hatred. He wanted to use all his strength to chop Yi Fei into pieces. Sensing its master's will, the full moon scimitar burst out with a shocking radiance. The saber light was like a silver waterfall. It swept out, killing and destroying everything in its path. Phoenix Blood Sword, heaven swallowing style. Yi Fei's face was cold. Facing the Golden Tribe King's final attack, he did not dodge. Instead, he raised the Phoenix Blood Sword in his hand. Boom! The raging flames burned the sky red. Yi Fei held the Phoenix Blood Sword and condensed a black hole. When the Golden Tribe King's saber light was about to hit him, a small black dot appeared on the top of the Phoenix Blood Sword. The dot expanded rapidly and then turned into a huge black hole. It kept expanding and merging with the Phoenix Blood Sword perfectly. Then it cut the saber light in front of it. Boom! The clashing of the saber and the sword was like a thunderclap. A hole dozens of meters wide appeared on the ground. The spring water gushed up from the ground, but was evaporated by the Phoenix Blood Sword's horrifying heat. Divine weapon? That's a real divine weapon. How could it be? The Golden Tribe King could not believe his eyes. What was he seeing? He could not believe that Yi Fei was holding a real divine weapon. Although the embryo of the divine weapon and the divine weapon were only 2 words apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. Even a powerful martial king with a divine weapon would dare to fight with a titled battle pet warrior, Wu Jun. Even if the Golden Tribe King had 10 embryo of the divine weapon, he would not be able to defeat a titled battle pet warrior, Wu Jun crack. After the collision between the embryo of the divine weapon and the divine weapon, the Phoenix blood sword was intact. However, the crescent saber in the Golden Tribe King's hand, his last weapon, was smashed into pieces. My embryo of the divine weapon. The Golden Tribe King screamed in pain. That was the embryo of the divine weapon, the most powerful treasure that had accompanied him in all his battles. However, it was smashed into pieces by Yi Fei. Unable to catch his breath, the Golden Tribe King spat out 3 mouthfuls of black blood. His eyes turned red, and he lost his mind in an instant. Young man, you've tricked me so badly. Today I'm going to kill you. Boom. The Golden Tribe King looked crazy. He burned his blood essence again without even trying to suppress the poison. He wanted to die together with Yi Fei. Yi Fei also held the Phoenix blood sword and pointed it forward coldly. Golden Tribe King, I've destroyed your last weapon. Even if you burn your blood essence, it will be useless. I'll take your life. Phoenix blood sword, sword swallowing the sky. The dark sword radiance shattered the world. With the help of the Phoenix blood sword, Yi Fei's strength was on par with the invincible martial king's. He first used the heaven-burying move to imprison the Golden Tribe King's body. Then he used the sky-swallowing move without mercy. The Golden Tribe King felt his entire body stiffen. A neat line of blood spread from his forehead to his entire body. Bang! The Golden Tribe King's body exploded into 2 halves. His broken organs and blood splattered all over the sky. Even in death, he could not believe that Yi Fei could kill him. How could a country bumpkin kill an invincible martial king like me? The Golden Tribe King felt that his death was unjust. Phew, I finally got Xiao Chao's Ganoderma lucidum back. Yi Fei rushed over and took the Ganoderma lucidum. He also took off the spatial ring on the Golden Tribe King's finger. Before he could take a closer look at what was inside, without a sound, a snake's head reached over and bit Yi Fei's shoulder. Crack! Yi Fei felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. His entire arm was almost bitten off. When he turned around, he discovered that it was actually the coxcomb great python that had been cut in 2. Not only did it not die, but it had also managed to sneak up on Yi Fei. Damn it, I was too careless. Yi Fei just remembered that snakes were different from other vicious beasts. Even if their bodies were cut in half, as long as their heads were still intact, they could still survive for a while. Now that he had the Ganoderma lucidum back, he naturally replaced the Golden Tribe King as the target of these vicious beasts. Think about it. Even an invincible martial king like the Golden Tribe King was almost killed by a group of vicious beasts. Yi Fei had not even reached the 10th realm of martial king. How could he face the endless vicious beasts, especially the coxcomb great python's sharp jaws? Even the battled devil golden body could not withstand it. Furthermore, the coxcomb great python was not the only coxcomb great python here. The 8-legged dragon tortoise, the black scorpion king, and many other ferocious beasts that were roaring and approaching from not far away all stared at Yi Fei with bloodthirsty eyes at almost the same time. Oh no, I have to escape as soon as possible. Greater void step. Enduring the sharp pain, Yi Fei waved the Phoenix blood sword and released a large amount of divine fire from outer space. It burned toward the coxcomb python. At the same time, he tore open the void and rushed in. Roar! Seeing Yi Fei's actions, the 8-legged dragon turtle, the black scorpion king, the magma toad that had lost its tongue, and the coxcomb python that only had its head left rushed towards Yi Fei furiously. They opened their mouths and wanted to swallow Yi Fei. At this critical moment, Yi Fei finally discovered the ingenuity of the greater void step. This step was simply made for escaping. Chapter 542. The great battle ended. Many vicious beasts were unwilling to give up. They followed Yi Fei's aura and chased after him. Yi Fei had no choice but to use the greater void steps to move quickly. But in this way, the poison on his shoulder, which was bitten by the python, was getting stronger. Not good. I have to find a place to go into seclusion and heal. Xiao Xiao, quickly find me a safe place. Yi Fei said to Xiao Qiao. He knew that Xiao Qiao was a plant and was naturally sensitive to spiritual qi and vicious beasts. With Xiao Qiao's help, he would have a better chance of escaping. Xiao Qiao cried in the beast mark space when she saw that Yi Fei was seriously injured in order to help her take back the green leaf. She immediately jumped out and said nothing. She just picked up the green leaf that Yi Fei took back and stuffed it into Yi Fei's mouth. Xiao Qiao, Yi Fei was stunned. The West Heaven King, who also risked his life to come here, was also stunned. He came to save Yi Fei, but he didn't see Yi Fei. Instead, he saw the Golden Tribe King's corpse and countless powerful vicious beasts roaring in anger. The Golden Tribe King is dead. Where's the North Sea Sword King? Did he also? A 10th level martial king beside the West Heaven King said in shock. But before he could finish, the West Heaven King kicked him hard. What are you talking about? Yi Fei is as smart as a ghost. How could he be killed so easily? Didn't you see that the Golden Tribe King was not killed by the vicious beasts? He was cut in half by his sword chi. Heavenly King it can't be. The Golden Tribe King is an invincible martial king. Although the North Sea Sword King is a genius, he is not even a 10th level martial king. How could he kill the Golden Tribe King? The martial king following him was shocked beyond belief. Not to mention him, even the West Heaven King shuddered at the sight of the Golden Tribe King's corpse. Yi Fei is indeed a freak. How could he kill the Golden Tribe King so easily? It seems that I've been worrying about him for nothing. Pass down my order, retreat immediately, and leave this place before the beast tide attacks us. But the Sword King of the North Sea? There's no need to care about that brat. Heaven helps the worthy. Besides, in this situation, it's impossible for us to find him. The West Heaven King sighed. He understood that Yi Fei was either chased by the vicious beasts and escaped, or he might have been injured and went to find a safe place to heal. Besides, on the battlefield, it was impossible for the West Heaven King to abandon his hundreds of thousands of troops just to find Yi Fei, just like the Golden Tribe King. Yi Fei, you must come back alive. The West Heaven King roared at the sky. In the end, he did not dare to alarm the experts in the beast tide. He returned to the army formation with his subordinates at the fastest speed. Taking advantage of the fact that the West King army was not in the main direction of the beast tide, he gave an order. The 300,000 West King army retreated from the battlefield almost unscathed and returned to the West Heaven City. As for the 500,000 wolf cavalrymen who were still besieged by the vicious beasts, the West Heaven King had no obligation to save them. After all, the Golden Tribe King had abandoned these people. With the West Heaven King's ruthless character, he would not risk saving the soldiers of the enemy country. As a result, the insufferably arrogant Golden Tribe King and his 500,000 wolf cavalrymen were completely annihilated under the attack of the millions of beasts. Not a single soldier managed to escape. When the news reached the imperial capital of Beiyuan State, the whole state was shocked. 500,000 troops were gone, just like that. The invincible Golden Tribe King died, just like that. If this was a war between two countries, the nobles in the imperial capital could accept it. But the point was that the Golden Tribe King's 500,000 soldiers had been killed by someone else from the beginning to the end. Unforgivable. The troops of Beiyuan State were annihilated when they were helping the enemy country to resist the beast tide. This is a disgrace. The Golden Tribe King is an idiot. He is a pig's head. How can he be an invincible martial king? No, I want to see his majesty now. It doesn't matter if the Golden Tribe King is dead, but Duan Lang is the number 2 genius of Beiyuan State. How could he be killed? Beiyuan State, you must give us a reasonable explanation. If the death of the Golden Tribe King was only a disgrace to Beiyuan State, then Duan Lang's death was enough to make Beiyuan State furious. After all, It was not easy to produce a genius in the northern region. With Duanlang's talent, it was entirely possible for him to become Wu Jun. But now he was killed. More importantly, the one who killed Duanlang was a nobody. When the news reached the ears of Crown Prince Songyu, he was also in disbelief. Duanlang is dead. How is this possible? Duanlang's talent was only below Songyu's. He was considered the strongest young expert in Baiyuan State. In order to win over Duanlang, Songyu did not hesitate to withdraw from this year's Heaven and Earth Supreme list and promoted Duanlang to the #1 position. In the end, Duanlang died before he could bring him any benefits. Songyu's investment was all for naught. After the shock, Songyu was furious. Who killed Duanlang? Also, where is Duanlang's beast mark inheritance? Did you get back? Replying to the Crown Prince. The one who killed Duanlang was not a genius from another country. It was the #1 expert on the Earth Board of Beiyang State, the North Sea Sword King Yi Fei. Duanlang's beast mark inheritance should have fallen into Yi Fei's hands, the warrior who reported the news said with trepidation. Even without lifting his head, the person could feel Songyu's anger and confusion. Who is Yi Fei? Isn't the #1 on the Earth Board of Beiyang State the 4th prince? Zhu Jin? Where did this Yi Fei come from? Among the geniuses in the North region, I have only heard of Lin Tianjiao, Fu Renjia, Qinming Yao, and a few others. Duanlang, this idiot, actually lost to a nobody. What a disgrace to Baiyuan State. Men, call Tu Fu over. Also, I need all the whereabouts of this Yi Fei. When Songyu gave the order, there was a murderous intent in his eyes. Beiyang State and Baiyuan State had been enemies for generations. Be it for public or private reasons, he absolutely could not tolerate the appearance of a genius who was on par with him in an enemy country. No matter who you are, since you caused Baiyuan State to suffer such heavy losses, I definitely cannot let you continue living. North Sea Sword King? Humph! A country bumpkin from a small place actually has the right to be called a king. Songyu thought of Yi Fei's title, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. But what Songyu did not know was that after the end of the war, it was not only Baiyuan State that was inquiring about Yi Fei. After the battle at Zishanwang City, Yi Fei had killed the Golden Tribe King's 500,000 troops. Martial artists from Beiwang and Beichuan gradually heard of Yi Fei's name. When they heard that Yi Fei had actually killed the #2 genius of Baiyuan State, Duanlang, many martial artists were even more dumbfounded. Unknowingly, Yi Fei's fame had already replaced Duanlang's, becoming the new genius of the North region in the hearts of many martial artists. There were even people who specially came to the North Sea to see what the land of the North Sea, where geniuses were born, was like. Chapter 543. Main Zhao clan Yi Fei found it hard to imagine that a single piece of Ganoderma lucidum taken from Xiao Chao's body was more powerful than 10,000 heaven-grade pills. If he didn't know that Xiao Chao wanted him to eat the Ganoderma lucidum to recover quickly, Yi Fei would have suspected that Xiao Chao was trying to harm him. After eating the Ganoderma lucidum, the injury on Yi Fei's shoulder healed quickly. However, the explosive spiritual qi contained in the Ganoderma lucidum made Yi Fei's nose bleed and his face turn red. Even the powerful Devil Emperor scripture couldn't completely refine the astonishing spiritual qi contained in the Ganoderma lucidum. If Yi Fei hadn't cultivated the invincible devil body and had a strong enough body, he would have exploded from the spiritual qi if he ate the Ganoderma lucidum. What made Yi Fei angry was that Xiao Chao actually stuck out his tongue and made a gesture to cheer him on. Then, he hid in the beast-marked space and continued to sleep. Yi Fei was very depressed. He had planned to go back to the Western Heavenly King City to check on the situation after avoiding the pursuit of the vicious beasts. However, in order to refine the Ganoderma lucidum, he had spent 3 whole months. It had taken him 3 whole months. It seems that I can't just eat any spiritual medicine in the future. 3 months later, Yi Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed that the explosive spiritual energy in his body was almost completely absorbed. What made him depressed was that after absorbing so much spiritual qi, his cultivation didn't increase at all. He was still in the 8th level of the martial king realm. However, his martial will had increased by 10% under the effect of the Ganoderma lucidum. Now, Yi Fei's devouring sword intent and slaughtering fist intent had both reached 80%. He only needed the last 20% before he could obtain the complete martial will. Obtaining the complete martial will was only the beginning of the 12th level of the martial saint realm. This level was also known as the martial saint realm. Only by comprehending the sage ruler Tao and obtaining the complete martial will I be able to transcend the mortal world and comprehend the sage Tao of the heavens and earth from my own martial Tao. From there, I will step into the martial sage realm. However, it's extremely difficult to achieve the 12th layer of the martial sacred realm. Even the geniuses of the northern region might not have a 100% chance of succeeding. It's common for people like the sword maniac elder to be stuck here for decades, or even centuries. If I want to reach that level, it's definitely not something that can be accomplished overnight. After recalling all this, Yi Fei finally calmed down. He finally had time to check the Golden Tribe King's space ring. He opened it curiously, and Yi Fei's eyes almost popped out. Even though he knew that an invincible martial king like the Golden Tribe King would have treasures on him, he still couldn't believe that the Golden Tribe King had so many treasures. A total of 30 million spiritual crystals. Not only that, there were also a large number of heaven-grade elixirs. These were not the ordinary first or second-grade elixirs. They were the Saint King elixirs needed to break through to the martial saint realm. As the name suggested, these elixirs were specially made for invincible martial kings to break through to the martial saint realm. Once he broke through to the martial saint realm, the Golden Tribe King would be half a step into the martial saint realm. As for the rest, the Golden Tribe King could only accumulate them with time. It could take decades or even hundreds of years. As long as he had the opportunity, he would naturally step into the 12th level of the martial saint realm. What Yi Fei didn't know was that the Golden Tribe King had collected all these elixirs over the past few decades. He planned to try to break through to the martial saint realm soon. But now, Yi Fei had picked up a ready-made elixir. Hee, what a pile of Saint King elixirs. It seems that I won't have to worry about elixirs when I break through to the martial saint realm. And that Saint Bodhi, if that thing matures, I might be able to save decades of hard work and directly step into the 12th level of the martial saint realm, becoming Wu Jun as he thought about it. Even though Yi Fei's mind was mature, he was still trembling with excitement. Then, he remembered something. However, Saint King elixirs are easy to get, but this Saint Bodhi is not so easy to mature. I heard from Xiao Chao that what I got was not the complete Saint Bodhi. It seems to be missing something. Yi Fei couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he thought of this. At this time, Yi Fei didn't know that the real Saint Bodhi had a total of 12 segments, representing the 12 devil gods of the heavens and earth. What he had obtained was only one of the fragments. The remaining 11 fragments were all gathered in the lair of the Blood Demon Church. Due to the great enmity with the Beiyuan country, Yi Fei didn't dare to pass through the border of the Beiyuan country and return to the western heavenly king city. Instead, he decided to leave alone and go to the Beichuan country to continue his training. One day, after 2 months, a majestic city appeared in front of Yi Fei's eyes. However, this city didn't belong to any country. It belonged to the sphere of influence jointly controlled by many families. There were many cities like this in the northern region. They were all formed by many powerful clans and sections. Individually or jointly, they occupied a piece of land and formed a unique clan force. These forces were not as powerful as the 4 countries of the northern region, but they couldn't be underestimated. For example, the skyscraper ridge that Yi Fei came from was jointly controlled by 2 families. Their sphere of influence was as large as the entire 18 countries of the North Sea. There are 2 families in total that control this area. One is surnamed Zhao, and the other is surnamed Liu. If my information is correct, this should be the main clan of the Zhao family. After the fall of the Zhao family, the royal family of the Zhao family should have returned to the main clan. Looking at the city in front of him, Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Since the royal family of the Zhao family could return here, would Zhao Yu also come here? Xiao Chao seemed to be bored in the beast mark space. He popped his head out and looked at the city with shining eyes. Then he looked at Yi Fei pitifully and made a gesture of biting his finger. Yi Fei suddenly felt dizzy. How long has it been? Are we going to eat candied haws again? Boss, give me 10,000 sticks of candied haws. When Yi Fei threw a pile of spiritual crystals in front of the candied haws peddler, the peddler also felt dizzy. Hero, the old and decrepit is a small business. We don't have as much as you want. Damn, give me as much as you have. By the way, which way should I go to the Zhao family? Yi Fei patted his head. Only then did he remember that he had been cultivating for too long. The life of a mortal had become unfamiliar to him. This was a pity and a helplessness. Yi Fei casually threw a piece of spiritual crystal to the peddler, who had made a fortune, and respectfully sent him off. Then, he finally arrived in front of the red gates of the Zhao family. He saw that the gates were tightly shut. 2 guards of level 1 martial honorable realm were guarding the gates with their hands on their hips. They looked imposing. Yi Fei was a little surprised. A group of guards were all martial honorable realm experts. The main clan of the Zhao family was much stronger than he had expected. It was not a waste for him to come all the way here. I would like to trouble the two of you to report that I would like to see the head of the Zhao family. Yi Fei walked up and said politely to the 2 guards. Chapter 544. Cold reception. Yi Fei immediately felt some anger in his heart when he received such an attitude after asking for an audience so nicely. However, considering that this was the Zhao clan's main clan, and that he was planning to obtain the Burning Heaven style from the Zhao clan, he could only forcefully suppress his anger. Brothers, please inform them that I have an important matter and would like to request an audience with the Zhao clan's patriarch. Yi Fei raised his voice slightly. As a result, the 2 servants immediately scolded him. What are you shouting for? I'm not deaf. You unruly thing. Our patriarch is an invincible martial king in this area. He has a lot of things to attend to every day. Do you think any Tom, Dick, or Harry can request an audience with him? I only have one word for you. Scram. Yi Fei was very depressed. He merely didn't give any gifts. But these 2 servants' tempers were even worse than his. They were really 7th-rank officials in front of the Prime Minister's door. Although the Zhao clan wasn't the Prime Minister, they were the absolute rulers of this area. Countless martial king experts came to visit them every day. These servants guarding the door had long become numb to it. This was also the reason why these 2 servants dared to scold Yi Fei, even though they knew that Yi Fei was a powerful martial king and that Yi Fei didn't give them any gifts. After hearing these words, Yi Fei finally couldn't take it anymore. He said in a deep voice, I'm only requesting an audience with your patriarch. If you don't inform him, then don't inform him. Why do you have to make it sound so unpleasant? What can you do even if I make it sound unpleasant? You're dressed like a beggar and don't know any etiquette. How can you break through to Martial King like this? You're even more shabby than those poor relatives from the North Sea. The 2 servants were fearless because this was the Zhao clan. They directly pointed their fingers at Yi Fei's nose and mocked Yi Fei for being a country bumpkin. If he hadn't heard them mention the North Sea, Yi Fei really wanted to slap these 2 dogs to death. Trying his best to suppress his anger, Yi Fei deliberately tried to sound them out. I'm also from Beihai. I'm here to reunite with my family. How is your majesty? I want to see your majesty. What bullshit majesty? Brat, I told you to scram, but you didn't hear me. Don't you know what kind of place this is? You dare to cause trouble? A servant cursed. Another servant stared at Yi Fei and suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly stopped his companion and said, Don't scold him yet. This person really seems to be from the North Sea. Wait here for a moment. The patriarch isn't here today. I'll help you inform the young master. Huh? He's just a poor relative from the North Sea. There's no need to disturb the eldest young master. Just calling a housekeeper is already showing him too much respect. Another servant grumbled unwillingly, but he still retreated to the side. Fortunately, this person retreated quickly. Otherwise, Yifei would definitely have slapped this bastard across the face. But seeing that they were finally willing to report, he forced himself to hold back his anger. Hopefully, the people from the Zhao family would be better. Yifei thought to himself. He waited outside for about a quarter of an hour before the vermilion gates of the Zhao family opened with a rumble. The servant who returned pointed at Yifei and said, "Eldest young master, it's him. He said he's from the North Sea." Yifei also curiously sized up this eldest young master. He saw that this person had greasy hair and a powdered face. There was also the smell of cosmetics on his body. It was obvious that he had just fooled around with women. He didn't like him very much. He thought to himself, "Don't tell me he's another dandy." "Ha ha, so it's my elder brother. He came from afar. You two bastards. Why didn't you inform him immediately? Hurry up and apologize to him." The moment this person came out, he berated the two servants. The two servants were submissive and quickly apologized to Yifei. One couldn't slap a smiling person. Yifei could only raise his hand to indicate that it was fine. He then looked at the friendly eldest young master of the Zhao family and said, "I would like to request an audience with His Majesty. May I know where His Majesty is?" "His Majesty?" Eldest young Master Zhao was stunned for a moment before he realized that Yifei was referring to Emperor Zhao. A trace of disdain and contempt flashed through the depths of this person's eyes. He couldn't hide it no matter how hard he tried. Yifei naturally noticed the change in this person's emotions. His heart thumped, and he immediately understood. Even if the imperial family of the Zhao family returned to the main clan, they wouldn't have an easy time. After all, these two servants had already said that the imperial family of the Zhao family from the North Sea was nothing more than a poor relative in the eyes of the main Zhao family. However, this eldest young master of the Zhao family was also strange. From his expression, it was obvious that he looked down on Yifei. However, the words he said were a little too enthusiastic. "Haha, please come in, elder brother. You must be tired after coming from afar. I've already ordered the servants to prepare food and wine at home. Elder brother, please don't refuse." As he spoke, the eldest young master of the Zhao family was about to enthusiastically grab Yifei's hand. Yifei didn't stand on ceremony. He spat on the spot and rubbed his hands together. Before eldest young master Zhao could react, he had already grabbed the other party's hand and said emotionally, "Eldest young master is personally welcoming me. How can I refuse? Since there's food and wine, what are we waiting for? Let's go in and eat immediately. Eat my ass." The originally enthusiastic eldest young master of the Zhao family suddenly flew into a rage. Seeing that Yifei was actually shaking his hand with spit on, eldest young master Zhao couldn't keep up his pretense any longer. Almost subconsciously, he slapped Yifei across the face. "Pa!" This slap was heavy and loud. However, it wasn't on Yifei's face. Instead, it was Yifei's backhand slap that stunned eldest young master Zhao. The two servants were also stunned. Eldest young master was actually slapped by a poor relative from the countryside. How could this be possible? Zhao Luan was also stunned for a few seconds. Then he covered his face and jumped up in rage. He said sternly, "Damn it, Yifei, you're just a country bumpkin from the North Sea. How dare you hit me?" You know me?" Yifei was very surprised. He slapped this person because he saw that this person was hypocritical and harbored evil intentions. Now, it seemed that his slap was too light. Of course I know you. You sure have guts. You snatched the embryo of my Zhao clan saint artifact, and you still dare to come here and swindle others. Men, capture this person." The Zhao clan's young master laughed savagely. Yifei's slap had removed all of his pretense. Behind the Zhao family's gate, an expert of the 10th Martial King realm immediately rushed out and slapped Yifei mercilessly. "How dare you, you bastard! How dare you harm eldest young master? I'll take your life. Take my life? Just because you're an old man? Get out of my way." Yifei was already angry. Since the Zhao family was up to no good, he didn't need to continue enduring. Boom, boom, boom. Yifei rushed forward. With just 3 punches, the martial king expert fell to the ground screaming and vomiting blood. Then, with a move of his feet, Yi Fei appeared in front of Zhao Luan in an instant. Slap! He couldn't be bothered to reason with this kind of person. First, he slapped him hard. Speak. Why do you want to harm me? What did you do to the royal family of the state of Zhao? Speak, and I'll spare your dog life. Yi Fei's viciousness completely frightened the 2 servants and the martial king on the ground. Wasn't this person from the North Sea? How could he be so fierce? Zhao Luan, who was slapped twice in a row, was so angry that he roared. One had to know that this was the main gate of the Zhao family. In the end, not only did Yi Fei slap him twice, he even treated his life like a dog's. Chapter 545. The Emperor Pavilion. Zhao Luan was furious. The commotion outside finally alerted the true experts of the Zhao clan. Another 5/10th layer martial kings rushed out from behind the vermilion door, their faces filled with anger. When they saw Zhao Luan's swollen face, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. One had to know that the Zhao family was the absolute ruler of Skyscraper Ridge. But now, someone had actually beaten up Zhao Luan in front of the Zhao family's house. This was simply provoking the lion. Let go of the eldest young master. How dare you come to the Zhao family to commit murder? Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him and avenge the eldest young master. These martial kings who rushed out did not say much. They immediately attacked Yi Fei the moment they saw him. Seeing the Zhao clan that he had been waiting for so long to be so domineering, Yi Fei felt both angry and disappointed. No wonder Zhao Xinjian would rather move to the North Sea than stay in the main Zhao family. This place is really foul. Are you the ones who want to kill me? Whoosh! Yi Fei appeared in front of these 10th rank martial kings. Without hesitation, he activated the war demon golden body and punched out with the empty fist of Killing Emperor. The few martial kings who had rushed over were already screaming miserably and vomiting blood as they fell to the ground. They were seriously injured. Of course, Yi Fei was also hit by the attacks of these martial kings. However, the strength of the war demon golden body perfectly protected Yi Fei. At least, these few ordinary 10th level martial kings were unable to break through Yi Fei's defense. How can this be? How can you be so powerful? Zhao Luan stood up shakily. He was about to say something, but before he could say anything, he saw the subordinates he relied on being defeated by Yi Fei. Zhao Luan was so scared that his legs went soft. He turned around and wanted to escape. Where are you going? Do you think you can leave before you answer my question? Whoosh! Yi Fei rushed in front of Zhao Luan again, completely ignoring Zhao Luan's desperate struggle and resistance. With just one kick, Yi Fei sent Zhao Luan to the ground. Then, Yi Fei stomped on Zhao Luan's stomach. Zhao Luan was so angry that he saw stars and his stomach was about to explode. In the Skyscraper Ridge, Zhao Luan had always been the one to do whatever he wanted. When had the eldest young master of the Zhao family been stepped on? Yi Fei, kill me if you dare. How dare you treat me like this? Do you know the consequences of offending the Zhao family? Zhao Luan shouted viciously at Yi Fei. Yi Fei coldly shook his head and said, Then do you know the consequences of offending me? Crack! Yi Fei only used a little bit of force to step on Zhao Luan's stomach, but it was already enough to make Zhao Luan vomit out his gallbladder. Zhao Luan even felt that Yi Fei's foot was about to break his intestines. His resentful expression instantly turned into fear. Tell me, where's the Zhao royal family? Yi Fei asked again. I'll tell you. I'll tell you now. They opened a monarch pavilion in the south of the city. I beg you, let me go. Zhao Luan was finally afraid. He didn't want to be trampled to death by Yi Fei. Monarch pavilion, right? If I find out that you lied to me, I'll break your legs. Get lost. Yi Fei kicked Zhao Luan to the side. He didn't care about the surrounding Zhao family martialists as he strode towards the south of the city. It was only at this moment that a group of Zhao family martial practitioners hurriedly ran over and helped Zhao Luan up in a flurry. Eldest young master, are you all right? A bunch of trash. Did the Zhao family raise you dog for free? You can't even beat him. Damn it, Yi Fei, this isn't over. Zhao Luan touched his bruised and swollen face. When he thought about the humiliation of being trampled by Yi Fei in front of so many people, the anger in his heart suddenly flared up. The city where the Zhao family was located was divided into two parts, the north and south of the city. The north of the city was controlled by the Zhao family, while the north of the city was controlled by the Lu family. Both sides were working together. The Zhao royal family was a branch of the Zhao family, but they opened a restaurant in the south of the city that was controlled by the Lu family. This showed how tense the relationship between the two sides was. Yi Fei followed the directions of a passerby and arrived at the Monarch Pavilion. He realized that it was a very high-end restaurant. The entire place was decorated with gold and jade, just like a palace. It also had the characteristics of a Zhao kingdom. This made Yi Fei feel a sense of familiarity. Even if the Zhao kingdom was destroyed, it seems like the Zhao family's royal family is doing well here. After standing outside the Monarch Pavilion for a while, Yi Fei saw groups of warriors going in and out of the Monarch Pavilion. There were martial grandmasters among them, but most of them were martial honorables and martial kings. Yi Fei also saw a familiar face from afar. It was eunuch Lu Chun, whom he had met once before. He walked over and greeted Lu Chun. "Senior Lu, long time no see." "Hey, you're Yi Fei. What are you doing here in Skyscraper Ridge?" Lu Chun jumped in fright. He did not even greet the guests. He hurriedly pulled Yi Fei into the restaurant and ran directly to the third floor. As he ran, Lu Chun shouted anxiously, "Yi Fei, you shouldn't have come here. The Zhao family already knows that you took the Phoenix Blood Sword. If they know that you're here, they will definitely make a move on you." Yi Fei was speechless when he heard this. Originally, he wanted to say that he came over from the Zhao clan's main clan, but Lu Chun walked too quickly, so he held back and didn't speak. The Monarch Pavilion was divided into 3 floors. The bottom 2 floors were inns for warriors. The third floor was where the Zhao royal family lived. These people all knew Yi Fei. When they saw Yi Fei, many of them jumped in fright. They hurriedly informed the emperor of the Zhao kingdom, "Your Majesty, bad news. Yi Fei is here." "What? Yi Fei? Didn't I write a letter to him telling him not to come here?" The emperor of the Zhao kingdom was shocked. He did not expect that he had written a letter to the Taishian sacred ground. Yi Fei was no longer in the Taishian sacred ground. "Your Majesty, long time no see." Yi Fei met the former emperor of the Zhao kingdom, Zhao Sheng. Although the Zhao kingdom had fallen, Yi Fei still bowed solemnly to the emperor. This person was not only Zhao Yu's father. The Phoenix Blood Sword that he had given to Yi Fei had also helped him a lot. "Hey, don't call me Your Majesty. I'm just an old man. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Zhao." "All right, it's been so long. How are you and you are doing?" Zhao Sheng asked with concern. Yi Fei was stunned when he heard this. "Why, Zhao Yu didn't come back?" He was slightly disappointed, but he still told Zhao Sheng about Zhao Yu and the Empress Dowager. "Uncle Zhao, this is the situation. I'm useless. I couldn't protect Zhao Yu." Yi Fei said guiltily. "Hey, Yi Fei, it's not your fault. It's that old witch's fault. She wants her son to be a dragon and her daughter to be a phoenix. She has already gone mad. However, the Empress Dowager is extremely wise. With her around, you doesn't have to worry about being taken advantage of." Zhao Sheng sighed. Chapter 546. Zhao Wudi. After saying that, Zhao Sheng purposely put on a stern face and gestured for him to leave. Yi Fei was very depressed. It was one thing for the Zhao family to chase him away, but Zhao Sheng also wanted to chase him away. "Uncle Zhao, am I really that annoying?" Yi Fei rubbed his nose gloomily as he asked. Zhao Sheng's face twitched, but he still hardened his heart and said, "That's right, you are annoying. At the very least, we don't want you to disturb us anymore. I also don't want to see you stay in Skyscraper Ridge." Yi Fei wasn't angry when he heard that. Instead, he suddenly said, "Uncle Zhao, you're in such a hurry to chase me away because you're afraid that the main Zhao family will find out and snatch my Phoenix Blood Sword, right? Bastard, who told you this? Was it that bastard Lu Chun?" Zhao Sheng couldn't keep up the pretense anymore. He could only shake his head and sigh. Yi Fei, don't blame Uncle Zhao. The main Zhao family isn't someone you can offend. I also don't want the Phoenix blood sword to fall into the hands of the Zhao family. It seems like you guys have suffered a lot from the Zhao family here. Yi Fei nodded in understanding. Zhao Sheng also sighed subconsciously. Isn't that so? Everyone says that we are related by blood, but we are a thorn in the side of the main Zhao family. They can't wait for us poor relatives to all die. That's not right. I'm chasing Yi Fei away, but I ended up being tricked by this brat. Zhao Sheng pointed at Yi Fei, feeling both angry and amused. You brat, you still have a mood to talk about this? If the main Zhao family finds out that you're here, you'll be in big trouble. Hurry up and leave. Yi Fei nodded. He knew that Zhao Sheng was doing this for his own good. He couldn't hide it anymore and could only tell the truth. Uncle Zhao, I appreciate your kindness, but unfortunately, it's too late. Before meeting you guys, I went to the main Zhao family and beat up the Zhao family's young master. What? You actually beat up Zhao Luan? Zhao Sheng was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. This brat, would it kill him if he didn't cause trouble everywhere? Zhao Sheng was speechless on the spot. He didn't know what to say. Yi Fei was also a little depressed. He knew that the Zhao family would not let him off so easily. Just as both parties were silent, boom, the entire Monarch Pavilion shook. Then a loud and clear voice came from outside. Zhao Sheng, this old man knows that Yi Fei has come to the Monarch Pavilion. If you know what's good for you, immediately hand him over. This old man can still consider the fact that we are from the same clan and not bicker with you. Third uncle, why did you let them go? If it weren't for these country bumpkins from the North Sea, I wouldn't have been beaten up so badly. It's better to drive them all away. Zhao Luan's furious roar came from outside. Zhao Sheng's complexion turned deathly pale all of a sudden. The other members of the royal family, including Lu Chun, heard the commotion and gathered around. They said in panic, Your Majesty, this is bad. The main family Zhao Luan is here. He even brought Zhao Wudi. Is Zhao Wudi very strong? Yi Fei interrupted. How could he not be strong? He was once a genius of the North region. If it weren't for his injuries that damaged his foundation, he would have already become the second invincible martial king of the Zhao family. The one who replied was Zhao Sheng. Hearing this, Yi Fei couldn't help but laugh. In that case, this Zhao Wudi doesn't live up to his name. As long as he isn't an invincible martial king, you don't have to be afraid. I'll go out and meet him. Yi Fei didn't say anything else and walked out with large strides. At this moment, the cultivators who were drinking in the Monarch Pavilion all came out. They looked at the aggressive Zhao Wudi and Zhao Luan in astonishment. Then, they looked at Yi Fei, who was walking out alone with his hands behind his back. They were all very astonished. Who is this person? He actually doesn't know what's good for him, and provoked Zhao Wudi. Zhao Wudi was once a genius of the North region. Even if he lost the halo of being a genius, his strength is still enough to be called a hero among the older generation. Who can't be provoked? He actually provoked the Zhao family in Skyscraper Ridge. That brat Yi Fei is going to be miserable. Yi Fei. This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. Why can't I remember? Seeing Yi Fei walk out so casually, Zhao Sheng, Lu Chun, and the others almost fainted from fright. This Yi Fei didn't want to live anymore. He clearly knew that the person standing outside was Zhao Wudi, and there were more than 10 10th-level martial kings of the Zhao family. Yet, he still dared to walk out. What's the difference between this and throwing away his life? No, I can't let Yi Fei die like this. Zhao Sheng clenched his teeth and quickly rushed out. He quickly bowed to Zhao Wudi and said, Big brother Wudi, it's all because Yi Fei is young and doesn't know any better. Big brother, please give him a way out and listen to my explanation. In any case, you were once the emperor of Zhao country. How can I, Zhao Wudi, a commoner, bear the title of your majesty? Zhao Wudi coldly snorted. However, since they were both from the same clan, it wasn't good for him to make a move. Zhao Luan, who was beside him, wasn't so polite. He had long disliked this group of country bumpkins. Just now, he was ruthlessly humiliated by Yi Fei. When he saw Yi Fei appear, Zhao Luan was filled with anger. He couldn't wait to tear Yi Fei to shreds. At this moment, Zhao Sheng ran out to persuade him. Coincidentally, he bumped into Zhao Luan's muzzle. How could young Master Zhao, who had long disliked this group of poor relatives, endure it? Relying on Zhao Wudi's support, he immediately strode towards Zhao Sheng and gave him a slap. Explain my ass. This young master is teaching Yi Fei a lesson. What does it have to do with you? You're simply asking for a beating. That's right. You are indeed asking for a beating. When Yi Fei saw that Zhao Luan was about to hit Zhao Sheng, he sneered. Suddenly, he stood in front of Zhao Sheng and gave Zhao Luan a heavy slap. With a bang, Zhao Luan's palm was smashed. Yi Fei didn't stop slapping Zhao Luan's face. The bloody slap landed heavily on Zhao Luan's face, causing a bloody palm print to appear on young Master Zhao's face. Zhao Luan's whole body was already rolling to Zhao Wudi's feet. Take care of your good-for-nothing nephew. He dares to hit my elder. If there's a next time, I will directly take his life. Yi Fei coldly retracted his hand. These words frightened the surrounding warriors. Many of them looked at Yi Fei with pity. This brat didn't want his life anymore. He still dared to be so arrogant in front of Zhao Wudi. He was simply courting death. Yi Fei, mother of asterisk her, you hit me again. Third uncle, you have to uphold justice for me. Zhao Luan rolled to Zhao Wudi's feet. Only then did he react. He was actually hit by Yi Fei again in front of so many people. Young Master Zhao was almost angered to death. Zhao Wudi's expression immediately became extremely ugly. His cold gaze finally landed on Yi Fei. It was the gaze of a hunter sizing up his prey. Brat, you have guts. There are very few people who dare to make a move in front of me, Zhao Wudi. I will give you a chance. Take 3 of my moves. If you can take it, I will spare your life on account of Zhao Sheng's face. If you can't, Zhao Wudi coldly said. Before he could finish his words, Yi Fei coldly waved his hand and said, 3 moves is too troublesome. Seeing that you are already so old, I will not bully you. Let's settle this in 1 move. If I lose, you could do whatever you want with me. If I win, I won't ask for anything else. But in the future, when the Zhao clan passes by this monarch pavilion, they must make a detour. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder. All the warriors present were frightened by Yi Fei's words. Making a detour in a monarch pavilion? What was the difference between this and slapping the Zhao clan's face? The most frightening thing was that this hothead actually wanted to settle this in 1 move with Zhao Wudi? How arrogant and egotistical was this? Chapter 547. Identity Exposed Arrogant Brat. Third young master, you don't need to do anything. We can tear this junior to shreds. Hearing Yi Fei's request, Zhao Wudi didn't even need to do anything. The dozen or so Martial King experts behind him all roared and charged at Yi Fei. Zhao Wudi didn't object. Instead, he coldly stared at Yi Fei, as if he wanted to see through Yi Fei's strength. Seeing so many Martial King experts surrounding Yi Fei, Zhao Sheng was so scared that cold sweat rolled down his back. Not good. Yi Fei, quickly run. Lu Chun and the others anxiously shouted. Unfortunately, they were too weak, not even Martial Kings. Of course, they couldn't see how terrifying Yi Fei's current cultivation was. Before the opposing Martial Kings could charge at him, Yi Fei had already charged forward with a cold face. Demonic kill, demonic burst. Boom, boom, boom. Countless pitch-black, demonic fists were like exploding meteors. They were smashed by Yi Fei at full speed, causing the sky to darken and the earth to lose its light. In an instant, the group of Martial Kings were completely submerged. Sounds of people vomiting blood and screaming could be heard everywhere. The dozen or so Martial Kings of the Zhao family had already been beaten to the ground by Yi Fei, unable to crawl back up. This scene caused Zhao Sheng and the others to be completely dumbfounded. Yi Fei, his cultivation, he actually reached Martial King so quickly? Zhao Sheng's voice trembled a little as he spoke. Hiss! The surrounding cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. This brat in front of them, they couldn't do it. Only Zhao Wudi's expression didn't change. He even let out a long sigh. 8th layer Martial King. At your age, you could be considered genius. Very good. You're qualified to fight with me. However, it won't be decided in one move. How about we decide life and death in one move? Zhao Wudi smiled coldly. He didn't give Yi Fei any chance to object. A terrifying saber intent emerged from his body. Under this saber intent, Zhao Wudi's whole body emitted a bright light. He was like the sun as he rushed towards Yi Fei and waved his saber in a domineering manner. Not good. That's Zhao Wudi's domineering 3 blades. He actually used a killing move on this junior. Many martial artists who understood Zhao Wudi cried out in alarm. He understood that Zhao Wudi was no longer dealing with a challenge from a junior. Instead, he wanted to kill Yi Fei. Domineering 3 slashes, heaven and earth split. Zhao Wudi raised his battle blade. As he waved the blade, the light all over his body gathered into his blade intent, causing the might of the tyrant blade to rise to another level. Many of the 10th level martial monarchs watching the battle felt as if they would be torn apart by this blade just by sensing that aura. This was Zhao Wudi. This was Heaven and Earth Fisher, as expected of the northern region's Heaven's Pride. Many older martial artists sighed in their hearts when they saw Zhao Wudi's blade. Facing this blade, Yi Fei only sneered. You want to kill me with such a trashy blade? So what if Heaven and Earth Fisher? As long as I want to, I can seal the heavens. Heaven's sealing sword. Yi Fei didn't pull out his sword. He only raised his sword finger and pointed forward. A huge sword vortex blocked Zhao Wudi's violent blade and weakened it. When Yi Fei was weakened to the extreme, he let out a roar and pointed his finger forward again. Rumble. The rainbow-like blade light was shattered by Yi Fei's bare hands. The shattered light dissipated between heaven and earth. The martial artists watching the battle were in an uproar. He blocked it. This kid actually blocked Zhao Wudi's all-out attack. Seeing that Yi Fei easily defeated his blade light, Zhao Wudi's self-esteem suffered a huge blow. Junior, take my second blade, mountain and river collapse. He was the Northern Region's Heaven's Pride. Even if he was a former Northern Region's Heaven's Pride, he wouldn't allow himself to lose to a junior. Seeing that he couldn't kill Yi Fei with one blade, Zhao Wudi immediately followed up with another blade. This blade light was stronger and faster than the previous one. It also contained a terrifying destructive force. It shook the entire ground and started to crack. It quickly spread throughout the Monarch Pavilion. Obviously, the furious Zhao Wudi didn't only want to kill Yi Fei. He also wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the Monarch Pavilion where the Zhao clan resided. What a sinister person! Yi Fei sensed his opponent's intentions. Anger finally appeared on his face. This was a battle between him and Zhao Wudi. He didn't want to implicate others. Heaven-bearing sword. Yi Fei didn't use his sword. His entire person was like an unsheathed sword that could bury heaven and earth and destroy everything. He took a step forward. The blazing sword light was like a raging flame that shook the heaven and earth. Zhao Wudi, who was holding his blade, was also shocked to find that in front of this mighty sword light, his blade light was suppressed once again. He couldn't move at all. For an elder who had been famous for a long time, this was something that Zhao Wudi absolutely couldn't tolerate. I didn't expect this junior to be so difficult to deal with. Since that's the case, I'll use my strongest power to kill this person and take back the Phoenix Blood Sword. Nebula Extermination. The blade light on Zhao Wudi's body was extremely resplendent. The huge blade light tore through the sky, forming cracks that filled the sky. It was like countless blades that swept forward. Not good. That's the Nebula Extermination, the strongest blade technique of the Zhao clan. Zhao Wudi has already mastered it. Oh no, oh no. It said that the strongest technique of the Zhao clan's Tyrant Blade is the Nebula Extermination. Its power is the sum of the previous 2 blades. It looks like a single blade, but it's actually more terrifying than 3 blades. It's a pity that this kid called Yi Fei overestimated himself. In the end, he still died in the hands of Zhao Wudi. Wait, Yi Fei also comprehended sword intent. Could it be that he's the recently famous North Sea Sword King? North Sea Sword King? Whoosh! Countless martial artists' gazes were fixed on Yi Fei. At this moment, many of them were shocked to discover a terrifying thing. That was that when facing Zhao Wudi, who was going all out, Yi Fei still hadn't unsheathed his sword. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Fei did something even more terrifying. He actually used his bare hands to grab the spatial crack in front of him. Playing with spatial cracks in front of me is simply displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. Zhao Wudi, take this. Heaven's swallowing sword. Yi Fei finally made his move. He grabbed the spatial crack and condensed it into a huge black sword shadow. He fiercely swept it forward. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and earth were split into two halves. Zhao Wudi's saber was also split into two halves from the tip of the saber. If it wasn't for Yi Fei's consideration that this was the Zhao clan's main residence, and that killing this person would be too troublesome, he could have killed Zhao Wudi on the spot. Zhao Wudi, you've lost. Yi Fei coldly said. I've lost. I've lost. I, Zhao Wudi, have been unhindered in my entire life, and have only lost to two people. One was the former Heaven's Chosen, the current Northern Plains Emperor. Now, I've actually lost to you. Who exactly are you? You're definitely not some nobody. Zhao Wudi was unwilling to accept this as he glared at Yi Fei. He couldn't accept this fact. I'm sorry. I'm just a nobody. Yi Fei turned around and said in a deep voice. After that, he no longer looked at Zhao Wudi and prepared to return to the Monarch Pavilion with Zhao Sheng and the rest. Only when they were about to enter did Yi Fei remember something. He coldly reminded, Zhao Wudi, don't forget our agreement. In the future, when your Zhao clan passes by the Monarch Pavilion, you must take a detour. You. Chapter 548. Different Attitudes. Yi Fei, it's only been a few years since we last met, yet you've already become an 8th-level martial king and defeated Zhao Wudi. Even when they saw Yi Fei enter the Monarch Pavilion, the royal clan of the Zhao country were still in a daze. Others might not know, but they knew very well. Just a few years ago, Yi Fei was only a half-step martial saint and was being chased by the Heavenly Yin sect. But a few years later, not only did Yi Fei become an 8th-rank martial king, he even obtained the title of Northern Sea Sword King. After Zhao Sheng recovered from his shock, he immediately became excited. After all, Zhao Wudi was once a Northern region's Heaven's Pride. Even if he had lost his Heaven's Pride halo, the fact that Yi Fei could defeat him proved that Yi Fei had the potential to become a Heaven's Pride and Zhao Sheng's foresight. Haha, I didn't misjudge you. Northern Sea Sword King. Finally, an outstanding Heaven's Pride has appeared in our Northern Sea. Zhao Sheng praised Yi Fei. Uncle Zhao, don't praise me. Compared to those middle ground geniuses, what kind of Heaven's Pride am I? I'm not even fit to carry their shoes. Yi Fei bitterly smiled and shook his head. Seeing the look of disbelief on Zhao Sheng's face, he couldn't help but repeat what Na Chai had told him to everyone. This naturally shocked Zhao Sheng and the others. What? The most monstrous genius in the Middle Continent was born with the cultivation of the martial emperor realm? That's simply heaven-defying. Sigh. I thought that our horizons had been broadened after coming to the main clan. But now, it seems that we're still frogs at the bottom of a well. No wonder ancestor Zhao Shunjian and imperial uncle Zhao Qianjun left the northern region and risked their lives to enter the middle ground. Zhao Sheng sighed. Uncle Zhao, what did you say? The demonic sword king didn't die? He even entered the middle ground? Zhao Sheng's words also shocked Yi Fei. While the Monarch Pavilion was lively, the crowd outside was also in an uproar, especially when they saw that Zhao Wudi was actually injured and vomiting blood. The cultivators present were in an uproar. Who was Zhao Wudi? He was once a Heaven's Pride of the northern region, the Zhao clan's genius with the greatest hope of becoming Wu Jun. Even if he died midway, his Heaven's Pride halo had already faded. But the name of a man, the shadow of a tree. Zhao Wudi was still one of the strongest experts of the older generation of martial kings. However, such a powerful Zhao Wudi had actually been defeated by a nobody. Not to mention Zhao Wudi, even the other cultivators present had doubtful expressions on their faces. A warrior looked at Yi Fei's back and immediately said loudly, "It can't be wrong. He must be the North Sea Sword Monarch." TSK, do I need you to tell me that? Only a genius can defeat Zhao Wudi. We've all heard of the other geniuses. Only the North Sea Sword Monarch rose to prominence recently. Speaking of a North Sea Sword King, he's not just a genius. I heard that he once forced Lin Tianjiao to retreat when they were at the same level. In the West Heavenly King City, he even killed Duan Lang, the second genius of the Beiyuan nation, in the midst of millions of soldiers. Even the death of the Golden Tribe King was said to have been done by the North Sea Sword King using some unknown method. As Yifei's identity was exposed, some well-informed cultivators immediately revealed Yifei's recent glorious deeds. Fortunately, Yifei didn't hear it. Otherwise, he would have been depressed to death. Who was so bored to dig up all his secrets? What? This Yifei actually forced Lin Tianjiao, a true heaven's pride, to retreat? No wonder I'm no match for him. Zhao Wudi didn't leave. Instead, he stayed on the spot to treat his injuries. Of course, he also heard these discussions and finally understood how important Yifei, whom he had looked down on before, was. The North Sea Sword Monarch forced Lin Tianjiao to retreat and killed Duan Lang. No matter which one of these three people, the Zhao clan would do their best to befriend him. What was hateful was that he actually believed Zhao Luan's lies and came to deal with Yifei. He even lost face. Zhao Luan, you idiot. Who can't be offended? Why did you offend the heaven's pride, who is most likely to become Wu Jun? I'll give you a chance. No matter what method you use, you must beg for the North Sea Sword Monarch's forgiveness and pull him back to our Zhao clan. Otherwise, you can just wait to be punished by the Patriarch when you return. Zhao Wudi angrily left. In any case, he was still a senior cultivator. Of course, he couldn't bring himself to apologize to Yifei. Thus, he simply threw this mess to Zhao Luan. After all, this was Zhao Luan's fault in the first place. Third uncle, I don't want to apologize to him. Zhao Luan suddenly felt like crying. He understood that Zhao Wudi couldn't bring himself to apologize to Yifei. But could he, young Master Zhao, really do that? It had to be known that Yifei had humiliated him in front of everyone. It was already good enough that he didn't seek revenge on Yifei. But now, Zhao Wudi wanted him to apologize to Yifei. CK. That Yifei slapped me and humiliated me. Third uncle actually wants me to go in and apologize to that Yifei. He finally understood the meaning behind this. Zhao Luan was so angry that he almost fainted on the ground. But Zhao Luan didn't dare to oppose Zhao Wudi's words. He had only become a young master of the Zhao clan because of his status as the eldest son. In the Zhao clan, if there weren't 100 other young masters, there were at least 50. If he lost Zhao Wudi's support now, he would immediately be ostracized by the other brothers. Thus, he was extremely unwilling. Zhao Luan thought about it for a while and was about to walk in. But then, a figure appeared. It was much faster and more straightforward than Zhao Luan. Which one of you is the North Sea Sword Monarch? The old and decrepit Liu clan steward has come bearing a humble gift. A scholarly old man rushed into the monarch pavilion with a gift box. This gave the cultivators who hadn't left yet a fright. Good fellow, the Liu clan is really well informed. They actually took the initiative to pay a visit to the North Sea Sword Monarch. That's because the Liu clan knows how to conduct themselves. Unlike the Zhao clan, they actually pushed away such a powerful sword monarch. Damn, this Zhao Luan is crazy. The cultivator didn't even finish his sentence. When Zhao Luan saw the Liu clan steward rush in, he became anxious. He didn't care about losing face anymore. He immediately took out a few bottles of pills and shamelessly rushed in. Brother Yi, what happened just now was purely a misunderstanding. Please listen to this young master. No, listen to my Zhao Luan's explanation. The surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded. How much courage did one need to be so shameless to run in with a face full of smiles and beg for forgiveness after being slapped in the face? Of course, what they didn't know was that Zhao Luan was completely forced by Zhao Wudi. Although his words sounded nice, he actually wished that Yi Fei would die immediately. What? The Zhao clan and the Lu clan both want to see me? In the pavilion, Yi Fei was still preparing to ask Zhao Sheng about Zhao Qianjun. Who would have thought that the Zhao clan and the Lu clan would react so quickly, especially when he heard Zhao Luan's voice? Yi Fei was speechless. Was this Zhao clan's young master asking for a beating? Wasn't it enough? He actually took the initiative to come in and humiliate himself. Uncle Zhao, what do you think we should do about this? Yi Fei rarely socialized. Zhao Sheng used to be an emperor, so he should be very familiar with such things. Zhao Sheng nodded and analyzed objectively. These two clans should be trying to rope you in. Why don't you take a look at their conditions and then decide which one to accept? Yi Fei's eyes involuntarily flashed with a touch of light. This Uncle Zhao was indeed worthy of being an emperor. He was very good at scheming. Chapter 549. Lu family's invitation. While Yi Fei and Zhao Sheng were talking, the steward of the Lu family was the first to walk in. He bowed to Yi Fei and said, "Old and decrepit Lu Fu, this is the steward of the Lu family. He is here on the orders of my master to pay a visit to the sword monarch of the North Sea. This is a small token of our appreciation." Yi Fei took the small wooden box from Lu Fu. When he opened it, he was shocked. The Lu family was really generous. They had given him 50 mid-grade spirit stones. This gift was not ordinary. One low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 spirit crystals. A mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100,000 spirit crystals. 50 mid-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 5 million spirit crystals. Yi Fei immediately knew that the Lu family did not come here just to give him a simple gift. So, Yi Fei returned the spirit stones and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept such a valuable gift." This, Steward Lu stared blankly. He hadn't expected Yi Fei to be able to refuse such a great offer, as expected of a newly risen chosen of the Northern Domain. He couldn't help but think even more highly of Yi Fei. Lu Fu's attitude was even more respectful. He smiled and explained, "Sword Monarch, there is no need to be confused. This is just a small token of our appreciation. If you don't accept it, the old and decrepit will not be able to explain it to my master." Haha, if you can't explain it, then don't explain it. Don't forget where you are. This is the Imperial Pavilion. It belongs to the Zhao family. The Sword Monarch of the North Sea is also a guest of the Zhao family. Zhao Luan sneered as he barged in. He even said that the Imperial Pavilion belonged to the Zhao family. This made Zhao Sheng and the other members of the royal family of the Zhao family unhappy. But in the end, they were of the same family. They could not say anything. Yi Fei looked at Zhao Luan with amusement and asked, "This is clearly my Uncle Zhao's property. Did you spend a single cent? How did the Monarch Pavilion become the Zhao clan's?" Zhao Luan said, "Brother Yi, you can't say it like that. We're all from the same clan. Besides, if it weren't for our main clan, the Monarch Pavilion wouldn't be what it is today. Brother Yi, I know that we didn't get along well at the beginning, but I, Zhao Luan, am a magnanimous person. I won't take it to heart. This is just a small gift." Zhao Luan smiled obsequiously at Yi Fei. He then took out some pills from his pocket and was about to give them to Yi Fei. Yi Fei was speechless when he saw the 2 bottles of pills. This thug is so insincere in his apology. Also, of all things, why did you give me this? What do you mean? Zhao Luan, forget about the apology. I don't need these 2 bottles of body-strengthening pills. You can take them back. Yi Fei said indifferently. At this time, everyone realized that the pills Zhao Luan took out were actually body-strengthening pills. Not to mention Zhao Sheng. Even the Lu clan steward secretly shook his head. What? Body-strengthening pills? Oh no, in my desperation, I actually took out the things I prepared for the spring fragrance brothels lady. Zhao Lun was embarrassed and angry. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he took out the wrong things. Instead, he continued to thicken his skin and said, Hee hee, I'm just making the best of my mistake. I was just joking with Brother Yi. I already know my mistake. Brother Yi, can't you be a little more magnanimous and forgive me this once? Forgive you? Yi Fei almost laughed out of anger. This Zhao Lun wanted to kill him and steal his treasures from the beginning. After Yi Fei saw through him, he taught him a lesson. In the end, Zhao Lun didn't know how to repent and used Zhao Wudi to suppress him. If it weren't for someone recognizing his identity as the North Sea Sword Monarch, the Zhao clan would probably be trying to kill him right now. Now that he knew he couldn't win, he ran over and said a few words of apology without any sincerity. This Zhao clan was too full of themselves. Zhao Lun, if I called you a retard and told you to get out and eat shit, and then apologized to you, would you forgive me? Yi Fei deliberately provoked Zhao Lun. Mother Kerr, what did you say? How dare you call me a retard? Zhao Lun was furious when he heard this. If it wasn't Yi Fei who said this, but someone else with Zhao Lun's personality, he would have already torn that person to pieces. How could he forgive him so easily? Zhao Sheng, you bunch of ungrateful things. If it weren't for our main clan's help, you would have died along the way. Now that I'm in trouble, why aren't you saying a few good words for me? Zhao Lun didn't dare to be angry at Yi Fei, but he didn't care about Zhao Sheng and the other branch clans. He naively thought that he could use Zhao Sheng and the other branch clans to appease Yi Fei's anger. Even though he was thoroughly disappointed in the main clan, Zhao Sheng's heart turned cold. He said coldly, First young master, did you help us? Why do I remember that when we came here to seek refuge, the main clan didn't even let us through the main door and sent us away? Yi Fei was shocked. He didn't expect that Zhao clan's royal family would end up like this when they returned to the main clan. It was no wonder Zhao Sheng was angry. It was best not to have any contact with such a clan. Yi Fei didn't have any more misgivings. He pointed at the main door and said, Zhao Lun, I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of my sight. Remember, this is Monarch Pavilion. If you come here in the future, you have to take a detour. Boom! These words made Zhao Lun so angry that his face turned red. He almost pointed at Yi Fei and scolded him. He was the first young master of his Zhao clan. He had already thickened his skin to ask for forgiveness. In the end, Yi Fei didn't appreciate his kindness. All right. Yi Fei, let's wait and see. You will definitely regret rejecting my Zhao clan's good intentions, Zhao Lun threatened angrily. Don't worry. Even if I reject your Zhao clan, there's still the Lu clan. Your Zhao clan is of high status. Uncle Zhao, and I won't be able to reach your level. I wonder if the Lu clan is willing to accept us? Yi Fei said deliberately to anger Zhao Lun. Haha, as long as the Sword Monarch is willing, the Monarch Pavilion will be our Lu clan's honored guest in the future, Lu Fu said respectfully. Zhao Lun's face turned uglier than a pig's liver. He didn't say anything else. He just left with his men in a rage. Yi Fei, you have to be careful of Zhao Lun. If you offend the Zhao clan like this, they won't let you off so easily, Zhao Sheng said telepathically. Uncle Zhao, don't worry. I don't care about the Zhao clan. However, do you think I should accept the Lu clan's invitation? Yi Fei said telepathically. After all, Zhao Sheng and the others still had to survive in Skyscraper Ridge. If they offended the Zhao clan, it wouldn't be good to offend the Lu clan. Otherwise, even if Yi Fei wasn't afraid, Zhao Sheng and the others wouldn't have an easy time here in the future. Zhao Sheng smiled when he heard this. He said in a low voice, the Lu clan has a good reputation. A few years ago, the Lu clan allowed us to establish ourselves in the southern part of the city because of ancestor Zhao Shunjian and Imperial Uncle Qianjun. You can go and take a look at the Lu clan's invitation. I see. Steward Lu, I accept the Lu clan's invitation. I'll pay the Lu clan a visit now. Chapter 550. Lu Fian at the same time, as Yi Fei was heading to the Lu clan. Zhao Luan's face was red with anger as he returned to the Zhao clan's courtyard. Zhao Wudi was already waiting at the entrance. When he saw that Zhao Luan had returned alone and did not follow Yi Fei, he immediately walked over angrily and slapped Zhao Luan's face. "Zhao Luan, you piece of trash. Didn't I tell you to apologize to Yi Fei and invite Yi Fei and Zhao Sheng back to the Zhao clan, no matter what? Third uncle, I already apologized very sincerely. However, that hateful Yi Fei did not accept it at all. He even insulted our Zhao clan and said that you are not even fit to carry his shoes. Not only did he refuse my apology, he even broke my hand. Zhao Luan had already expected that he would be punished when he returned. This person was truly ruthless. He actually broke his own hand on the way back to the Zhao clan." "What? Yi Fei actually broke your hand?" Our Zhao clan tried to reconcile with him out of goodwill, but he actually did not appreciate it. Zhao Wudi's expression turned cold. Seeing that Yi Fei did not appear and had even rejected the Zhao clan's invitation, dozens of 10th-level martial kings walked out from the courtyard. The two people in the lead had auras that were not much weaker than Zhao Wudi's. They were extremely close to being unrivaled martial kings. Hearing Zhao Luan's words and seeing his broken hand, the two of them were filled with anger. Zhao Luan's father even raised his hand and slapped Zhao Luan, saying, "Useless thing. All day long, other than bullying women, you have no other ability. I told you to trick a country bumpkin to come here and die, but you couldn't even do it." Zhao Luan was inexplicably slapped a few more times. Even though he was just acting, Zhao Luan was still incomparably angry. Many of the Zhao family's direct descendants saw Zhao Luan being beaten. Not only did they not dissuade him, they even took pleasure in his misfortune. They wished that Zhao Luan would suffer as much as possible. The other old man said to Zhao Wudi, "Wudi, this Yi Fei actually didn't fall for it. It seems like the people we have hidden here won't be of any use. What should we do? What else can we do?" That Yi Fei was able to kill Duan Lang and become a genius mostly because of the Phoenix Blood Sword. This thing originally belonged to my Zhao clan, so it definitely can't fall into the hands of an outsider. No matter what, I must take back the Phoenix Blood Sword. When Zhao Wudi thought of the humiliation of being defeated by Yi Fei, his eyes finally flashed with a trace of delayed resentment. When he mentioned the Phoenix Blood Sword, Zhao Wudi did not hide the greed in his heart. "As long as I get the Phoenix Blood Sword, I'll have a way to recover my lost potential. At that time, I, Zhao Wudi, will once again become a genius of the northern region and step into the realm of the titled Wujun." Zhao Wudi's expression was incomparably excited. His words also made the Zhao clan's martial kings very excited. "Good, Wudi. Since you have this confidence, we'll definitely support you." Bullshit Northern Sea Sword King. If our Zhao clan wants to kill him, it'll be no different from stepping on an ant. Many of the Zhao clan's martial artists revealed an ominous glint in their eyes. Only now did Zhao Lin, who was covering his face, realize that Zhao Wudi didn't want to reconcile with Yi Fei at all. Instead, he had set up a trap here, waiting for Yi Fei to take the bait. Zhao Luan's heart was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have pretended to be a grandson and tricked Yi Fei over. Now great, Yi Fei didn't come over. Not only did he disappoint his elders, but he also broke his own hand. Pooh! The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhao Luan successfully fainted from anger due to his own stupidity. As the only clan in Mo Yun Ridge that could contend with the Zhao clan, the Lu clan's residence was extremely large. It was like a city within a city. However, the Lu clan's martial artists that came and went were not as arrogant as the Zhao clan's martial artists. Instead, they were humble and courteous. Even the 5- or 6-year-old children were holding books and reciting them. This made Yi Fei very surprised. As martial artists, they were martial artists, yet they were known for their scholarly heritage. This Lu clan was truly strange. They seemed to have sensed Yi Fei's surprise. Within the courtyard, a girl in a green dress walked over gracefully. She leisurely explained, "My Lu clan's ancestor was originally an ordinary scholar. He was wholeheartedly focused on taking the imperial examinations. However, by chance, he once saved a heavily injured martial king expert. That expert later became a titled expert, Wu Jun. With the help of that senior, not only did our Lu clan become a scholarly clan, we even became a martial clan. Your Highness Sword King, this is our clan's young Miss, Lu Fian. Young Miss, this is the Northern Sea Sword King. Lu Fu bowed to Yi Fei and Lu Fian before tactfully retreating. You are the Northern Sea Sword King? Lu Fian looked at Yi Fei. She was a bit stunned. Yi Fei was simply too young. In the future, he was already an adult in his 20s. However, in the world of martial artists, Yi Fei was still a standard youth. He couldn't even be considered a youth. However, although he was young, Yi Fei had lived 2 lives. Although he was surprised by Lu Fian's graceful beauty, he was still able to maintain his composure. He looked at her with clear eyes and asked, Young Miss Lu, you spared no expense to invite me over. Is there something you want me to do? Lu Fu told you? I guessed. Lu Fian was speechless. You can even guess this? No wonder you can be so famous in the northern region at such a young age. If my younger brother was half as capable as you, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Your younger brother? Yi Fei raised his eyebrows. Sword King, please come in. I will tell you slowly. Lu Fian led Yi Fei into the living room. Then she said in distress, It's like this. I have a younger brother. He is young and impetuous. Half a year ago, he was angry with my father. In a fit of anger, he actually broke into a secret place. Since then, no one knows whether he is alive or dead. Therefore, I want to ask the Sword King to help me go to this secret place and save my younger brother. At that time, my Lu family is willing to pay the price of 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. What? 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones? Yi Fei was shocked. Although he knew that the Lu family was rich, this was too rich. That was a whole 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. If they were all used to cultivate Saint Bodhi, Yi Fei was excited just thinking about it. However, he didn't rush to agree. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, The Lu family is a big family. There should be a lot of 10th grade martial kings. Don't you have any way to save him? Why not? In order to save my younger brother, we have already lost 7 10th grade martial kings. In the end, we can't even get close to the secret place. If we continue to die like this, I am afraid that before we can save him, all the experts of the Lu family will die. Lu Fian's smile was gone. Her face was full of worry and pain. She stared at Yi Fei seriously and continued. However, ordinary 10th grade martial kings can't get close to that place. But if you're a genius of the northern region like the Sword King, you can definitely break in. My Lu family has no other request. We only ask that the Sword King can save my younger brother. If you think that the spiritual stones are too little, we can add more. Add more? Chapter 551. Burning the Sky Style. How is it? Sword King, did you agree to my request? Lu Fei Yin was very smart. When she saw Yi Fei's hesitant expression, she knew that Yi Fei was tempted. She immediately became impatient. Yi Fei could understand her impatience. After all, it was Lu Fei Yan's younger brother who was in trouble. Besides, 1,000 spiritual stones was something Yi Fei could not refuse. All right, I agree. What is your brother's name? Where is he trapped? Asked Yi Fei. Lu Fei Yin immediately cried tears of joy when she saw that Yi Fei had really agreed. She immediately said, My brother is called Lu Zhaoyang. He is trapped in an underground maze. It is said that the maze is the tomb of an ancient martial emperor. Not only are his treasures buried in there, there's also a great emperor's sword technique. Lu Fei Yin threw out a temptation that Yi Fei could not refuse. Yi Fei could not help but stand up in surprise. He said in surprise, Great Emperor's sword technique? Is the burning the sky style buried in there? Yeah. You also know about the Great Emperor's sword technique? It was Lu Fei Yan's turn to be surprised. The Great Emperor's sword technique was hidden in the skyscraper ridge. It had always been a secret of the Zhao clan and the Lu clan. Lu Fei Yin would not have told Yi Fei this secret if she had any other choice. How could I not know about it? Actually, I came to the Zhao clan because of this sword technique. Yi Fei did not hide his purpose. He had known for a long time that the sky-destroying sword had 4 moves. They were the bury the sky style, the swallow the sky style, the burn the sky style, and the strongest exterminate the sky style. Each of the 4 sword techniques contained a supreme power. It could even allow a cultivator to enter the martial emperor realm while comprehending them. Back then, the demon emperor had come to the Tianwu continent to collect the sky-destroying swords. It could be seen how precious the great emperor's sword was. Now that he had encountered it, Yi Fei would naturally not let it go. Lu Feiyin admitted that there was indeed the burn the sky style in the underground maze. Yi Fei asked without hesitation, "Miss Lu, where is the maze? Can you bring me there now?" Now? Lu Feiyin was stunned for a moment. Only now did she realize that Yi Fei was actually a cultivation maniac. But the more he was like this, the happier she was. In this way, even if the Lu family didn't urge Yi Fei would still risk her life to break into the underground maze and rescue her brother. However, Yi Fei was also the North Sea Sword King who had recently become famous in the northern region. After all, seeing that Yi Fei was only in the 8th realm of the Martial King realm, Lu Feiyin was somewhat worried. No one knew the dangers of the underground maze better than the Lu family. Thus, Lu Feiyin finally made a decision. She shook her head and said to Yi Fei sincerely, "Young Master Yi, now is not the time for you to enter the underground maze. After all, your cultivation level is still a bit low. Furthermore, the minimum requirement to enter the underground maze is 9th layer Martial King." 9th layer Martial King? That's a bit difficult. Yi Fei frowned. The later stages of the Martial King realm, the harder it was to raise one's cultivation level. Even with his 2nd grade Tian rank talent, his cultivation speed was incomparably fast. If he wanted to quickly raise his cultivation level to the 9th realm of the Martial King realm, it was not something that could be done overnight. Seeing Yi Fei's troubled expression, Lu Feiyin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Young Master Yi, don't worry. Before our Lu family met a genius like young Master Yi, we made some preparations." As she spoke, Lu Feiyin took out a spiritual herb that emitted an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. She handed it to Yi Fei and said, "Young Master Yi, please take a look. This is a snow lotus from 3,000 years ago. After consuming it, it can raise one's cultivation level. It can be considered our Lu family's heirloom. If we hadn't met young Master Yi, I would have refined it myself and then gone to rescue my brother." As she spoke, Lu Feiyin was about to hand the spiritual herb to Yi Fei. Yi Fei hurriedly waved his hands. "Miss Lu, how can this be? After all, this was the Lu family's heirloom. Why not? As long as you can save my brother, our Lu family can still take out a spiritual herb. I only have one request. Young Master Yi, please do your best to save my brother." Lu Feiyin looked at Yi Fei very seriously. This was her true motive. Sensing that Lu Feiyin wasn't faking it, Xiao Qiao also jumped up and down inside the beast mark. She strongly requested Yi Fei to accept the spiritual herb. After all, when Yi Fei refined the spiritual herb, it was also beneficial to her. Yi Fei helplessly accepted the spiritual herb. His heart also felt heavy. "Miss Lu, please don't worry. Since I have promised to save Lu Zhaoyang, I will definitely do my best to save him." After saying this, Yi Fei took the spiritual herb and followed Lu Fu, who had reappeared, to the Lu family's special cultivation area. However, he didn't immediately refine the spiritual herb. Instead, he called Xiao Qiao out while no one was around. "Xiao Qiao, aren't you a spiritual herb that can take human form? Why do you still want me to refine the spiritual herb?" He originally thought that Xiao Qiao would be very disgusted with this kind of thing. Xiao Qiao was indeed disgusted with it, but she was still a flower saint. When she heard Yi Fei's words, Xiao Qiao rolled her eyes. She didn't say anything. Instead, she activated her spiritual energy and earnestly made hand gestures to the snow lotus. Then, Yi Fei was shocked to see that The 3,000-year-old snow lotus actually quickly bloomed and bore fruit, turning into a handful of lotus seeds. After that, Xiao Qiao very regretfully stored the biggest lotus seed inside, as if this would be able to prolong the life of the snow lotus. Xiao Qiao didn't care about the other inferior lotus seeds. Not only did she grab a handful of them for Yi Fei, she even ate them with relish. Yi Fei felt depressed. This Xiao Qiao was working so hard to eat the lotus seeds, but when it came to nurturing the Saint Bodhi, she was unwilling. She was clearly a glutton. However, Xiao Qiao was actually able to convert all the spiritual energy of the snow lotus into the lotus seeds, forming a miraculous elixir. This flower saint's path seemed to be very powerful. Yi Fei didn't hesitate. He grabbed the lotus seeds and swallowed them. Immediately, spiritual energy fluctuations roared crazily in Yi Fei's body like a tsunami. It didn't take long for Yi Fei to feel that he was showing signs of breaking through to the 9th level of the martial king realm. While Yi Fei was breaking through, a dignified old man walked out from behind the screen in the guest room. He looked at Lu Fian and sighed. "Daughter, don't you think you've gambled too much this time? That snow lotus has been in our Lu clan's collection for hundreds of years. Even you can't bear to use it, but you've given it to an outsider. What if he can't save Chuyang or goes back on his words? Father, that won't happen. I don't have confidence in other geniuses, but I've heard of the North Sea Sword Monarch's character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to save Zhao Yu when he was still very weak. He also wouldn't have taken the risk to destroy 500,000 soldiers of the Beiyuan country in front of 1,000,000 soldiers." Lu Fian was very confident. Her confidence infected the Lu clan head. "Looks like you have high hopes for this Yi Fei. This is the instinct of our Lu family. Back then, if our ancestor hadn't coincidentally obtained a spiritual medicine and given it to that heavily injured senior martial king, our Lu family wouldn't have had its glory. Right now, I've given the snow lotus to Yi Fei. If Yi Fei is able to mature, it will definitely bring unimaginable benefits to our Lu family," Lu Fian very shrewdly said. Chapter 552. The ancestor came out of seclusion. It was a good thing that a smart person appeared in the family. But if that person was a girl, then it was a headache. Now that Lu Fei Yin thought highly of Yi Fei, the head of the Lu clan was happy, but also worried for his daughter. My daughter, sometimes it's better for women to pretend to be stupid. That way, it'll be easier for you to gain the favor of your in-laws. Look at you, always trying to be strong. Father is really worried about you," Lu family head said worriedly. Lu Fei Yin couldn't listen anymore. She shook her head and said, "Then I'll just not marry. If no one wants me, I'll be fine by myself." "What do you mean fine? A woman should find a man to rely on. But daughter, you're the pillar of the Lu clan. You can't marry off. It's best if you marry into the family. You have to find someone who's worthy of you." The head of the Lu clan frowned. Lu Xiaoyang's life was uncertain. The only person who could support the Lu clan was Lu Fei Yan. No wonder he was so concerned about Lu Fei Yan's marriage. Seeing that Lu Fian still didn't care, the head of the Lu clan continued. "Originally, Zhao Wudi from the Zhao clan wasn't bad, but the age gap between you and him is a bit too big. The people of the Zhao clan are used to being arrogant, so it's hard to avoid trouble. However, this Sword King of the North Sea isn't bad. Not only is he a prodigy of the North, but he doesn't have the arrogance of those prodigies. If he agrees, he can marry into our Lu clan." The head of the Lu clan was thinking about his own plans. Hearing this, Lu Fei Yin was embarrassed and angry. She glared at the head of the Lu clan and said anxiously, "Father, you're talking nonsense. I won't care about the Lu clan anymore." Then, Lu Fei Yin turned around and left. "Daughter, don't go. I was wrong. Strange. Didn't you also think highly of Yi Fei? Why don't you reconsider? He's a good son-in-law." "Father," Lu Fei Yin almost vomited blood. She felt that the head of the Lu clan was really disrespectful. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Boom! Suddenly, the entire courtyard shook. Lu Fian turned around in disbelief and stared at Yi Fei's room. The Lu family heads eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Did he sense wrongly? How long had this Yifei been in there? It didn't even seem like an hour. This could it be that the sword monarch of the North Sea broke through the ninth layer of the Martial King realm so quickly? As expected of the North region's geniuses, it seems like we've really aged. The head of the Liu family sighed. He had no intention of meeting Yifei. Instead, he gently patted Liu Fian's shoulder, encouraging his daughter to seize the opportunity and strive to find a good son-in-law for him. This made Liu Fian even more embarrassed and angry. Even her ears were dyed with a layer of red. However, she was still worried about Liu Qiuyang's safety. Sensing that Yifei might have broken through to the ninth layer of the Martial King realm, Liu Fian rushed out of the quiet room as fast as she could. At this moment, Yifei also walked out of the quiet room with a shocked expression on his face. Originally, the efficacy of the snow lotus could only help him break through to the ninth layer of the Martial King realm. However, after Xiao Qiao turned the snow lotus into a snow lotus seed, the efficacy of the snow lotus increased by 10 times. Therefore, after absorbing the spiritual energy of the snow lotus seed, Yifei not only quickly broke through to the next level, but also directly reached the peak of the ninth layer of the Martial King realm. Liu Fian, who rushed over, naturally also noticed Yifei's cultivation. It was not the early ninth layer, but the ninth layer of the Martial King realm. She was also very shocked. Young Master Yi, cough cough, thank you, Miss Liu. I didn't expect the snow lotus to be so powerful. It actually directly helped me break through to the peak of the ninth layer of the Martial King realm. Yifei coughed and gave all the credit to the snow lotus. He also wouldn't expose the existence of a spiritual being like Xiao Qiao. Seeing that Liu Fian still hadn't reacted, Yifei immediately changed the topic and asked in a deep voice, "Oh right, Miss Liu, now that my strength has reached the requirements to enter the maze, where is the maze? I'll go there now and rescue your brother." Hearing that Yifei wanted to rescue her brother now, Liu Fian didn't have time to think too much. After all, rescuing her brother was more important. She immediately handed a map to Yifei and said, "Young Master Yi, this is the map of the underground maze. You can go there directly. However, the vicious beasts outside the maze are very powerful. You must be careful." Liu Fian couldn't help but worry about Yifei. Yifei put away the map and said seriously to Liu Fian, "Don't worry, Miss Liu. Since I promised to save your brother, I will definitely do my best. Wait here for my good news." After speaking, Yifei directly flew out of the Liu clan and rushed towards the direction of the underground maze. This scene made Liu Fian stunned again. She almost suspected that she had become ugly. Other young geniuses wanted nothing more than to revolve around her every day. This Yifei, on the other hand, didn't even say more than 30 sentences to her, and he actually rushed to the maze in a hurry. This guy is really a cultivation maniac. If he can really save my brother, even if I give him my body, Liu Fian's face turned red, and she didn't dare to continue thinking about it. After leaving the Liu residence, Yifei didn't know that as soon as he flew out, a pair of eyes were fixed on him. That person immediately reported the situation to the Zhao residence's meeting hall. In the meeting hall, the Zhao residence's martial kings were all present. When they heard that Yifei actually left the Liu residence and flew out of the city, Zhao Wudi simply wanted to raise his head and laugh. Ha! That idiot Yifei. If he had continued to stay in the Liu residence, we would have been a bit worried. Who would have thought that he would actually leave the city alone? Zhao Wudi laughed coldly. Then he said to the martial kings around him, "Uncles and brothers, whether or not I can obtain the Phoenix Blood Sword and regain my potential, I will have to rely on everyone's help." Haha, of course. Woody, we watched you grow up. That hateful king of Northern Plains destroyed your foundation because of a small matter back then. Now that you have the chance to regain your potential, we will naturally not shirk our duty. The Zhao residence's martial kings all expressed their support for Zhao Wudi to make a move against Yifei. After all, Zhao Wudi was the Zhao residence's strongest genius. If Zhao Wudi could regain his potential and once again become a genius, or even a titled Wujun, it would be greatly beneficial to them and the entire Zhao residence. Of course, there were also people who were worried. An old Zhao residence's martial king stood out and said, "Everyone, this Northern Sea Sword King is not to be trifled with. When he doesn't have a sword, even you are not his match. If he takes out the Phoenix Blood Sword, it would have been better if this matter was not mentioned." When it was brought up, Zhao Wudi's originally complacent expression immediately turned ashen. No matter what, he was still an expert of the older generation. In the end, Yi Fei had defeated him without even taking out his sword. Zhao Wudi's heart was filled with shame and anger. Zhao Wudi was about to explode on the spot. However, before he could do anything, an old and conceited sneer came from outside. "Humph, he's just a cultivator from the Northern Sea. As long as he can help Wudi regain his potential and restore our Zhao residence's glory, you can do whatever you want. I don't believe that our entire Zhao residence cannot deal with a cultivator from the countryside." As he spoke, a white-haired old man walked in with his head held high. Seeing this person, the Zhao residence's martial kings were all shocked. "It's the old ancestor." The old ancestor was invited by Zhao Wudi? TSK. Looks like Wudi is really going to rise. Haha, even the old ancestor is going to make a move. This time, the Northern Sea Sword King will have to bear the consequences. The old man's appearance caused the entire Zhao residence to become excited. Chapter 553. Poisonous Insect Domain. After leaving the Liu clan, Yi Fei followed the map and quickly arrived at the deepest part of Skyscraper Ridge. There were many barren hills here, and there was very little vegetation. However, poisonous insects were everywhere. During the time he was hiding in the clouds and observing, he had already seen centipedes as large as mountains crawling on the ground. Their sharp backs were like a cluster of prismatic machetes that were connected to each other. Suddenly, the huge rocks at the top of the hill shook again. A strange spider covered in rocks ran down from the top of the hill in a group, trying to kill the centipede. These two groups of poisonous insects immediately started fighting on the ground. Blood and venom splattered everywhere, corroding the ground and creating potholes, emitting a strong poisonous gas. No wonder there is so little vegetation here. Cultivators and other vicious beasts are almost extinct. With the appearance of poisonous insects and plants, no other creatures would dare to live in this area. Yi Fei observed for a while and discovered that there were a lot of poisonous insects here. They were also very terrifying. If a 10th-layer martial king was careless, he could be surrounded by poisonous insects and die. I wonder who built this maze on top of poisonous insects. That brat Liu Xiaoyang just had to force his way in. No wonder the Liu clan paid such a huge price to hire me. Yi Fei shook his head. Although this place was dangerous, since he had agreed to save Liu Xiaoyang, he would not go back on his word. Whoosh! While the group of rock spiders were still fighting with the centipede, Yi Fei suddenly swooped down. A huge sword light mercilessly slashed down. Boom! 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 His sword light left a huge gully in the ground. At the same time, it also killed all the fighting centipedes and spiders. This was the only way Yi Fei could successfully enter the territory of the poisonous insects. As for flying in the sky, Yi Fei was not that flashy. Furthermore, the poisonous insects were not like the vicious beasts. Many of them could fly. If they discovered someone flying in the sky, the thousands of poisonous insects hidden here would immediately surround Yi Fei and kill him. Yi Fei walked carefully on the ground. Along the way, he found many traces of human warriors fighting with poisonous insects. These should be left behind by the Liu clan's martial king experts fighting with the poisonous insects. There are corpses up ahead. At this time, Yi Fei had already entered the depths of the poisonous insect territory. Here, the traces of battle became more frequent. Finally, on a protruding rock, Yi Fei found a corpse. Looking at the clothes of the corpse, it should be a 10th-level martial king of the Liu clan who died in the battle. The Liu clan did not even have the corpse of this person and retreated without taking the lead. This showed how dangerous the territory of the poisonous insects was. In the end, I was entrusted by someone. Let me help you lay to rest. Yi Fei walked over, wanting to bury this martial king senior who had died in battle. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Qiao, who was inside the beast mark, suddenly felt something and hurriedly reminded Yi Fei. Whoosh! At the same time, a row of cold light slashed towards Yi Fei's head. It was only a few centimeters away from Yi Fei's neck. If not for Xiao Qiao's reminder, Yi Fei would not have realized that this seemingly peaceful area was actually so dangerous. He focused his eyes and realized that the one who had attacked him was a pitch-black, poisonous praying mantis. It was cunningly hiding behind the corpse of the martial king senior. Only then did Yi Fei realize that the poisonous praying mantis had deliberately placed the martial king's corpse here in order to attract its prey. What a sinister, poisonous insect. Let me see how strong you are. Yi Fei moved his sword finger and quickly pointed forward. A loud clang was heard, and the poisonous praying mantis revealed a mocking expression. It crossed the sickles on its forelimbs and blocked Yi Fei's sword chi. Whoosh! Immediately after, the enraged, poisonous praying mantis disappeared in front of Yi Fei. Without a sound, the pitch-black sickles turned into green, poisonous blades and slashed towards Yi Fei from the side. Yi Fei did not move at all. He still pretended to look around for the poisonous praying mantis. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. Do you think that being invisible is useful? As long as you have spiritual energy, you can't escape Xiao Qiao's senses. Boom! Yi Fei activated the power of the beast mark. His body speed suddenly increased to the limit. The moment the green sickles slashed towards him, his body suddenly turned and rushed from the side to the front. Devouring sword intent. Slash. Boom. A huge sword shadow fell, creating a huge trench in the ground. The poisonous praying mantis that had tried to sneak attack him immediately widened its eyes in horror and fell to the ground. Even until its death, it did not understand how Yi Fei had seen through its invisibility. Xiao Qiao, well done. Yi Fei praised Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao immediately came out and stretched out her small white hand towards Yi Fei. No way. She wanted to eat candied haws again. Damn little hay. Look at how you've led a pure and innocent girl astray. Yi Fei's face darkened. It wasn't easy for him to bury the martial king who had died in battle. After thinking for a while, he walked over and cut off the poisonous praying mantis pair of sickles. This thing was extremely sturdy and could even block his sword chi. It was considered a good treasure. Even if he didn't need it, it would be good to bring it back to his family Yi. Coincidentally, he remembered that Grand Elder Yi Chao was an expert in using dual blades. These two poisonous sickles were just right for him. After the poisonous praying mantis sneak attack, Yi Fei became more cautious. During this time, he also encountered groups of red ants that tried to surround Yi Fei like a tide. Yi Fei also saw mosquitoes and flies that were as big as buffaloes. They covered the sky and covered the earth, besieging other poisonous insects. This made Yi Fei's heart palpitate with fear. In this kind of situation, not to mention a 10th heaven martial king, even an unrivaled martial king would find it difficult to move an inch. He wondered if Lu Chaoyang had died after entering this place. There seemed to be words in front. After walking a bit further, Yi Fei suddenly saw a line of words written in blood on a huge boulder. Big sister, don't come and save me. This place is extremely dangerous. Unless you're a chosen, you can't save me. It's Lu Chaoyang's words? That kid actually didn't die. Could it be that he entered the stone forest after being chased by the poisonous insects? Yi Fei was very surprised. He looked at the large stone forest in the distance. He saw that it was a huge and strange stone forest. Every blade of grass and every tree was vivid and lifelike, but they had all turned into stone. It was as if the living vegetation had all turned into stone overnight. To be honest, Yi Fei felt his hair stand on end when he saw this scene. Sealing plants in ice was something that many cultivators could do. However, To directly turn an entire forest into a stone forest like this, Xiao Chun had to do it. This method could only be described as unimaginable. According to the description on the map, this is the entrance to the underground maze. After passing through this stone forest, I will be able to enter the real maze. However, looking at this strange and eerie stone forest, Yi Fei had a bad feeling. He also believed that as the strongest families in Skyscraper Ridge, the Zhao family and the Lu family would spare no expense to explore such a strange stone forest. Chapter 554. Ghost soldiers blocking the road. Yi Fei still did not know that this stone forest was a forbidden area in the entire Skyscraper Ridge. Any cultivator who entered this place would most likely die, even if they knew that there was a huge secret in the stone forest. Only the ancestors of the Zhao family and the Lu family had entered the underground maze by chance. This place had become a forbidden area for the Lu family and the Zhao family. That was why Lu Fian was so worried when she learned that Lu Zhaoyang had entered this place. They walked and stopped. The stone forest kept changing, but they still could not find the entrance to the underground maze. Instead, the surrounding air became colder and colder. Occasionally, they could see the corpses of cultivators who had entered this place. Some were from a Zhao family, some were from the Lu family, and some were from other cultivators who had taken advantage of the chaos and rushed in. Most of them had died here before they could even see the entrance to the maze. The white bones had started to rot, and the ground was covered in dust when they stepped on it. That's not right. This dust. I clearly passed by this place. Why am I back at the same place now? Yi Fei was shocked. One had to know that he was a 10th level martial king. Even if he had not reached the level of an unrivaled martial king, he should not have taken the wrong path so easily. Furthermore, even if he had taken the wrong path, wouldn't Xiao Chao, who was in the beast mark, warn him? But now, not only had Yi Fei taken the wrong path, but he had also returned to the same place. What was more frightening was that Yi Fei could clearly see a pair of footprints in the dust of the corpses. A pair of footprints that did not belong to him. Who is it? Yi Fei shouted. Sword light shot out from his eyes as he quickly looked around. Xiao Chao also came out of the beast mark curiously and looked left and right. He bit his finger with a confused look on his face. Xiao Chao pulled Yi Fei's ear, indicating that she was confused. This made Yi Fei even more surprised. Even Xiao Chao, a spiritual being, was unable to sense the enemy's location. However, this pair of footprints really existed. Whoosh! A strange wind suddenly blew in the quiet stone forest. The sound of the wind blowing in the forest could be heard from all directions. Xiao Chao was terrified. This was the stone forest. Even the grass and trees had turned into stone. How could there be the rustling of leaves when the wind blew? Yi Fei's expression also darkened. Xiao Chao, hurry up and enter the beast mark. Don't come out until I tell you to. This stone forest was too strange. It was so strange that it made Yi Fei's hair stand on end. Xiao Chao also obediently went into the beast mark. At the same time, she entered the beast mark. Yi Fei suddenly felt a cold touch on his shoulder. It was a cold hand that silently pressed down on the beast mark on his shoulder. It was still in a grabbing motion. Obviously, the owner of this hand had wanted to grab Xiao Chao. It was only because Xiao Chao was alert and entered the beast mark in advance that he managed to escape. Yi Fei and Xiao Chao hadn't sensed any of this before, nor had they noticed anyone approaching them. There could only be one conclusion. The person who attacked them wasn't human at all. What's that? Yi Fei was puzzled, but he didn't react in the slightest. When he sensed the hand on his shoulder, his body was already emitting a bright golden light. Yi Fei's golden body of the war demon was instantly launched and successfully blocked the follow-up attack of this hand. However, Yi Fei was still a step too late. In the end, his body was also hit. It was this hit that caused his divine soul to waver and his entire body to turn cold. He felt as if his entire body was frozen. Creak! The owner of this hand didn't seem to expect Yi Fei to react so quickly. He quickly retreated a distance and crushed a leg bone on the ground. At this moment, Yi Fei finally regained his senses. He looked at the thing behind him and couldn't help but gasp. What the hell is this? He saw that the person who ambushed him was actually a soldier wearing tattered armor. This soldier's face was pale and half of his face was rotten. There were even maggots wriggling inside. This was the thing that hit Yi Fei just now. Yi Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Wait a minute. Chilling aura. I think I've heard of this before. Roar. Realizing that Yi Fei had discovered him, the terrifying soldier in front of him suddenly went crazy. Inexplicably, the sound of war drums reverberated in the air. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were shouting. The quiet stone forest suddenly turned into a tragic battlefield. It wasn't just the strange soldier. The ground of the stone forest also started to leave. Extremely dense, gloomy aura was emitted from the ground and quickly condensed into the appearance of soldiers. However, these soldiers all looked terrifying. Some of them had their heads chopped off, some had their arms and legs broken, some had their intestines dragged on the ground, and some had broken weapons stuck in their bodies. The only similarity was that these soldiers all had a strong, murderous aura. It was like a heavy dark cloud that caused the air to freeze. Een soldiers. They are ferocious Een soldiers formed by the souls of soldiers. Yi Fei finally realized what these things were. They were the souls of soldiers who had died in battle. After that, they were controlled by evil spirits and condensed into Een soldiers and Een generals. It was like the saying in the secular world that soldiers formed from beings were actually Een soldiers and Een generals refined by evil spirits through special means. They were filled with murderous intent when they were alive and resentful after death. They were the favorite tools of evil spirits to harm others. Of course, some experts also like to use these Een soldiers to guard their graves. Some of the more powerful Een soldiers could also use the spiritual chi of the experts' graves to cultivate. Eventually, they would transform into powerful Een demons. Yi Fei didn't expect that Een soldiers would appear in this stone forest. No wonder he couldn't sense them. Could it be that this was the grave of a martial sage? It was said that only experts at the martial sage level and above would have Een soldiers and Een generals form in their graves after they died. Roar! A total of 300 Een soldiers appeared. Under the command of a powerful Een general, they formed a military formation and charged silently and quickly at Yi Fei. 300 snow-white long spears pierced towards Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei's expression turned cold. The first time, I was caught off guard. The second time, will your attacks still work? Die. Sword light shot out in all directions like the roaring of waves. However, the strange thing was that the Een soldiers and Een generals in front of him weren't afraid. Many of them even revealed cruel smiles. The long spears continued to pierce towards Yi Fei silently. Boom! Yi Fei's sword shadows pierced through the bodies of the Een soldiers and didn't cause any harm to them. However, at the same time, the cold, long spears pierced Yi Fei's golden body. Other than making his skin feel unusually cold, they couldn't harm his body at all. In this confrontation, neither side could do anything to the other. Yi Fei and the Een soldiers were stunned. How unlucky. My true essence attacks are actually ineffective. No wonder so many cultivators who came here in the past all died here. This underground maze is indeed strange. Yi Fei was very depressed. Only now did he realize how difficult it was to deal with these Een soldiers. Since these Een soldiers couldn't attack him, he couldn't be bothered to continue wasting his true essence. He simply ignored these Een soldiers and planned to continue walking forward. Boom! Chapter 555. Entrance to the Maze Dam. Are you guys done yet? Yi Fei was very depressed. He was only here to save people, not to dig up graves. Why did this group of Een soldiers not let him go? However, these Een soldiers were really strange. When they realized that Een Chi did not work, they could even turn into skeleton soldiers to deal with him. It's a pity that you don't have a physical body. I can't do anything to you. However, if you possess skeletons, get up. Yi Fei's expression was cold. He ignored the skeleton claws that were grabbing onto his legs and forced himself to move forward. Boom! The ground cracked inch by inch under Yi Fei's footsteps, revealing a skeleton soldier glowing with green light. However, before the soldier could recover from its shock, Yi Fei's figure flashed across the ground. Bam! Another stomp. This skeleton soldier was already smashed into pieces by Yi Fei. However, the Yin soldiers guarding the entrance were not very intelligent. Even though they knew that Yi Fei was not to be trifled with, they still charged forward and possessed skeletons to charge at Yi Fei. How annoying. Bury the heavens, suppress them. Yi Fei was enraged. He knew that the Yin soldiers were formed from Yin Qi. If he could not find their source, he would not be able to kill them. He did not want to waste time and used the power of the Sky Destroyer's sword to imprison all the Yin soldiers on the ground. At the same time, Yi Fei charged deeper into the stone forest at his fastest speed. This time, without the obstruction of the Yin soldiers, Yi Fei successfully passed through the stone forest and found the real entrance to the underground maze. He did not enter immediately. Instead, he looked warily at the two stone soldiers standing at the entrance. What shocked Yi Fei the most was that these two soldiers were wearing the uniforms of the Imperial Guards of Zhao's Imperial City. This made Yi Fei's expression turn strange. Zhao soldiers? Could it be that the martial sage buried here came from the Zhao nation? Yi Fei thought for a while and found it funny. If a martial sage appeared in Zhao, the entire North region would be turned upside down. How could the North Sea be looked down upon by the other countries in the North region? Furthermore, Yi Fei had never heard of a martial sage appearing in Zhao. These martial sages shouldn't be from the state of Zhao. However, these two soldiers are clearly wearing the clothes of the state of Zhao. What is going on here? Yi Fei did not dare to act rashly. Instead, he carefully looked at the two soldiers. With just one look, he could see many problems. Firstly, there were traces of battle on these two soldiers. Furthermore, Yi Fei found a very luxurious piece of cloth under the feet of one of the soldiers. I remember Lu Fian said that Lu Zhaoyang was wearing a red robe when he barged in. It was very similar to the cloth on the ground. Could it be that Lu Zhaoyang had fought with these two soldiers before? Yi Fei was even more curious. He tried to throw a stone into the distance. There was no reaction. Hence, he took a step towards the entrance of the underground palace. Boom! Without a sound, one of the soldiers actually moved. It was clearly a stone statue, but its movements were as agile as a martial arts expert. It charged towards Yi Fei's stone sword, emitting a strong, killing intent. The other soldier did not move. It only quickly drew the stone bow in its hand and shot a terrifying rain of arrows. It did not differentiate between friend and foe. Ding, 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 ding. The two soldiers' defenses were very strong. The rain of arrows could not hurt them at all. Instead, it caused great damage to human martial arts practitioners. At this moment, Yi Fei's battled demon golden body's strong defense was also displayed. Facing the rain of arrows, Yi Fei did not dodge. Instead, he roared and strode forward. Boom! The stone statue Bingyang's stone sword slashed down fiercely. Yi Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly grabbed the stone sword in the stone statue Bingyang's hand with his bare hands. This scene instantly stunned the two soldiers. Clearly, they had never met a martial arts practitioner like Yi Fei, who could take their attacks head-on and come out unscathed. The stone statue Bingyang's attack paused for a moment. Yi Fei immediately took advantage of this and used his strength to snatch the stone sword master from the stone statue Bingyang. With a flip of his hand, an ancient sword light flashed. Bang! The stone sword and the stone statue Bingyang's head shattered at the same time. A round spiritual stone with runes carved on it rolled out. Yi Fei picked up the spiritual stone. His eyes flashed with understanding. As expected, the Yin soldiers outside and the soldiers here are all here to protect this underground palace. But before coming here, Lu Fei Yin did not say that there were Yin soldiers and stone statue Bingyang here. Since Lu Fei Yin wanted to save Lu Xiaoyang at all costs, she would not purposely hide this information. Could it be that the stone statue Bing Yong appeared after Lu Xiaoyang entered? Could it be that the kid triggered some mechanism inside? Yi Fei guessed. He casually walked to the other soldier who shot the arrow and shot his head. Without hesitation, he stepped into the underground palace. Lu Feiyan's map was completely useless here. Actually, the Lu family and the Zhao family's exploration of this palace was very limited. Apart from the first time when the Lu family and the Zhao family worked together and obtained some benefits in the palace, there was no other exploration. In the next few hundred years, the two families had explored separately and suffered heavy losses. Over time, this place became a forbidden area. At the very least, from the dust in the underground palace, no martial artist had entered this place for many years, except for Lu Xiaoyang. This underground palace is so big. I just don't know where Lu Xiaoyang is trapped. Yi Fei walked into the palace and wandered around. He did not find any trace of Lu Xiaoyang. Unfortunately, the palace was ridiculously big. If he did not know how the palace worked, he might not be able to find Lu Xiaoyang even if he searched for a year. Yi Fei had no choice but to call out Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, help me sense if Lu Xiaoyang is dead. Xiao Qiao did not know Lu Xiaoyang, but she was naturally sensitive to spiritual energy. As long as there was spiritual energy in here, Xiao Qiao should be able to sense it. Xiao Qiao did not say anything. She just persisted and continued to reach out her hand to Yi Fei. Yi Fei was so angry that he wanted to beat her up. This was obviously extortion. I'll buy you 20 sticks of Tonghulu later, Yi Fei said gloomily. No, I must buy 200 sticks. Xiao Qiao gestured quickly with an expectant look. She even swallowed her saliva unconsciously. Yi Fei's face darkened. Deal. Help me sense it quickly. Xiao Qiao smiled with satisfaction. Then she waved her hand and pointed in a certain direction, indicating that there seemed to be a living thing there. Yi Fei was delighted. Xiao Qiao, are you sure there's a living person there? It seems that Lu Xiaoyang is not simple. He could enter the maze and be trapped here for half a year without dying. But what did he find in here? Yi Fei followed Xiao Qiao's directions and quickly walked over. Then he sensed that there was a strong resistance in front of him. It seemed to be preventing him from approaching the core area of the maze. Chapter 556. Lu Xiaoyang, there was no need to guess. Yi Fei knew that he was Lu Xiaoyang. The strange thing was that the resistance outside was so strong that even Yi Fei couldn't break in without using the Phoenix Blood Sword. Yet, Lu Xiaoyang was able to do it. This didn't make sense. Lu Xiaoyang, who was trapped at the entrance of the small world, also sensed that someone was approaching. He turned around in surprise. Who are you? How did you find this place? Lu Xiaoyang's eyes were filled with vigilance. This underground maze had existed for thousands of years. It was the biggest secret of the Zhao and Lu families. Now that an outsider had broken in, Lu Xiaoyang couldn't help but emit a dangerous aura. You must be Lu Xiaoyang. Don't be nervous. Your sister asked me to save you. Yi Fei felt Lu Xiaoyang's hostility and could only gloomily explain. Then he asked, How did you get in? Can you come out on your own? Lu Xiaoyang didn't answer. He only looked at Yi Fei with an even more vigilant gaze. He shook his head and said, My sister sent you? Do you have any proof? I don't have any. Yi Fei scratched his head. Lu Fian only asked him to save someone. She didn't give him anything to prove his identity. He simply took out the map and said, I don't care if you believe me or not. This is the map of the maze that Lu Fian gave me. You don't need to explain. Go back and tell my sister that I'm fine. Once I break the formation here, I'll naturally be able to leave. Lu Xiaoyang didn't have any intention of talking to Yi Fei. After he finished speaking, he turned around and didn't look at Yi Fei again. He even muttered in a low voice, My sister is too much. I already said that if you're not a genius of the North region, you can't save me. She actually sent a 9th layer martial king to make me laugh. Me? Make you laugh? Yi Fei had already walked a long distance against the resistance. He just happened to hear Lu Chaoyang's muttering. He was instantly speechless. It seemed that this kid was quite arrogant. His voice also gave Lu Xiaoyang fright. When he turned around again, his face was already filled with shock. You can actually withstand half of the resistance here with just your physical body? One had to know that the resistance of this labyrinth was extremely frightening. Even a 10th Heaven Martial King would find it difficult to move a single step after entering. Those below the 9th Heaven Martial King would die as soon as they entered. Yi Fei's cultivation level was clearly lower than his, and he wasn't one of the northern region's prodigies that he was familiar with. Yet, he was able to withstand half of the resistance on foot. His physical body was simply too terrifying. Lu Xiaoyang, who was trapped inside, suddenly had some interest in Yi Fei. Perhaps it was because he had been trapped for half a year and was bored to death. Lu Xiaoyang turned around again and asked, "What's your name?" "Yi Fei." Yi Fei. Is there such a person among the geniuses of the North region? I don't think I've heard of him before. Lu Xiaoyang was extremely speechless. His heart had suffered a certain degree of blow. He was still unwilling to give up. "Did you barge in alone? I don't like to bring burdens with me." Yi Fei's words were very direct. Lu Xiaoyang almost vomited blood when he heard this. This person actually treated the Lu family's experts as burdens? They were not familiar with each other. After chatting for a while, both of them fell silent. Lu Xiaoyang just looked at Yi Fei. As for Yi Fei, he naturally exerted all his strength and continued to move forward against the resistance. However, he realized that the resistance of this labyrinth was very strange. The deeper he went, the greater the resistance. However, Lu Xiaoyang was not affected by the resistance at all. He sat cross-legged at the entrance of the small world. Yi Fei frowned slightly. It seemed that 2/3 of the way was his limit. To completely pass through this layer of resistance, he had to use the Phoenix Blood Sword. However, it was a little risky to use the sacred weapon in front of Lu Xiaoyang. It was fine if this person had a good character, but if he met someone with a bad character, Yi Fei couldn't help but hesitate. While he was hesitating, Lu Xiaoyang spoke again after a moment of silence. "I can help you enter. However, once we enter, we won't be able to solve the mystery here. We won't be able to leave and can only continue to be trapped here. Are you sure you want to enter?" "I'm sure." Yi Fei nodded. He wouldn't give up so easily just because of the sky-burning technique. "All right, take it. It could transport you to the small world." Lu Xiaoyang nodded. Suddenly, he threw a red light at Yi Fei. He caught it and saw that it was a red token. There was an evil spirit carving on it. It looked quite familiar. However, Yi Fei didn't have time to think. He held the token in his hand, and the surrounding resistance suddenly turned into a pushing force that pushed him towards the entrance of the small world. "Brother Yi, be careful. There's a terrifying sword array inside. You'll die if you enter." Lu Xiaoyang was already prepared. He quickly blocked Yi Fei to prevent him from being pushed in. "Sword array? Lu Xiaoyang, what's going on inside?" Yi Fei stood beside Lu Xiaoyang curiously. He realized that after entering, the pushing force of the token disappeared. The surrounding resistance turned into an omnipresent resistance that completely trapped him and Lu Xiaoyang. It seemed to be forcing them into the small world. Yi Fei was even more confused. Lu Xiaoyang hadn't seen anyone for a long time and was bored. Hence, he explained to Yi Fei enthusiastically, "Brother Yi, don't underestimate this maze. It's very likely that this is the tomb of a heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage. It might even contain his legacy. That's why you're here, and then you got trapped?" Yi Fei understood why he knew it was dangerous. Lu Xiaoyang wanted to enter too. This was the tomb of a heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage. If news of this spread, the entire northern region would be in an uproar. That's more or less it. However, I'm not trapped. I'm just staying here to cultivate. As long as I can think of a way to break the sword array inside, I'll definitely be able to get out. I think this must be a test that the Martial Sage Seniors set for us juniors. If we pass, we'll definitely be able to obtain his legacy. Then we'll be rich. Lu Xiaoyang was beaming with joy as he spoke. However, Yi Fei observed his words and actions. He He felt that although Lu Xiaoyang was young and impetuous, he was easy to get along with. He shouldn't be a bad person. He also asked with interest, "There's a sword array inside. Does that mean that we can enter the small world through the sword array?" That should be the case. When I received the token, it said so. Lu Xiaoyang pointed at the token he gave Yi Fei with uncertainty. Yi Fei suddenly felt like scolding him. This idiot just randomly got a token and barged in. Didn't he prepare in advance? "Brother Yi, why do you look so pale? Are you worried that you won't be able to get out?" "Don't worry, I'm here. You can help me. Perhaps if we combine our powers, we might be able to break the sword array inside." Lu Xiaoyang thought that Yi Fei was afraid and comforted Yi Fei generously. Yi Fei was speechless. He looked at Lu Xiaoyang's tattered clothes and asked, "Have you barged into this sword array before? How's the power inside?" Lu Xiaoyang suddenly pointed at the entrance of the small world and scolded loudly. "Damn it! That stupid token said that we could enter and obtain treasures after breaking the sword array. However, when I came in, I realized that the sword array was a trap. The sword chi inside has already connected to the entire underground maze. As long as the maze exists, the sword chi in the sword array will multiply endlessly. If one enters, one dies. If two enter, two die." Ugh, Yi Fei didn't expect Lu Xiaoyang to be so naive. He probably ran in without distinguishing the real one after getting the token. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.